Bunks it back to her, and that's going to be an easy out. We're in the top of the third inning. Score is 5-3 in favor of the ladies from my Cal. Here's Diva Burrows once again. That one in there, ball one. At the plate for the Columbus Isles. As they try to get things going once again offensively. Diva missing again. That one's away. 3-0 now. Columbus Isles looking to get a base runner on board. We welcome you, as we said, to day 3. Bottom of the strike zone, says the umpire, and that's going to make it 3-1. Yesterday, some really exciting games. We had a lot of them here for you on television. Hope that trend continues there again. A low strike being called by the umpire. The count runs now to 3-2. So now the hitters have to make that adjustment. And she gets something to hit, drives it to the outfield. And unable to make the catch there. Well, actually, she did make the catch. That's out number 2 here. 2 down. On a nice play by the center fielder for Mike Cal. That's, I like her name, Alavane Hall. Out there in center field for Mike Cal. Making the play to record the second out. Diva Burrows. Her brother, Martin Burrows Jr., playing for Exuma. Dad is the chief umpire here. You see, speaking of umpires, there's Spurgeon Johnson calling balls and strikes behind the plate. It is starting to get warm here already. These players have committed to coming out here and getting that work in. "87 degrees here in the early morning, just after 10 o'clock. Here in the capital. 6th edition of the Bahamas games. That one's hard hit and through for a base hit. Shortstop goes out to get it. But that gives them a base runner here. So with one away, they got a runner on board. You can see some of these ladies, man. It is definitely hot out here. Pops it up. And catcher drifting back and makes the catch for the second out. That's actually out number 3. So Burrows allows a base hit, but they get nothing from it. And it's back to business for Mike Cal as they come up to try and generate some offense here. Bottom of the third inning coming up. 5-3 ball game. Quick work for Mike Cal defensively, getting off the field quickly. And now Columbus Isles have to trot right back out there. They had a long bottom of the second. But they're going to have to come right back into this sun. See some folks running in the dugout. Yes, sir. It is definitely a warm day. That's Belinda Wilson, one of the coaches for the Columbus Isles team. And we are ready to start playoff. Hard hit over to the right side, drops in for a base hit into right field. That's Ruth Ann Sims, who had the intentional walk the last time. Now able to come through with a base hit here. She's on board. Leadoff runner on the base paths. Swinging at the first pitch, Ruthann had a big lead, but she's going to get back. Nobody covering first base. So here's Syasha Kelly batting for Mike Cal. Here's a good look at your pitcher for the Columbus Isles. Now the original pitcher in this game was Ebony Higgs, but they've since changed her, so we got a new pitcher. That one's going to be strike three, but it's going to get past the catcher. They get it over to first base in time. One gone. So now we have Felicia Major on the mound for the Columbus Isles. And Major with the pitch in there. That's going to be a ball. Ruthann Sims at second as Mike Cal looks to add on. You can see Ruthann say, just put the bunt down. Not too obvious there, Ruthann. I don't think the defense picked up on that. 2-0. The count. And they're going to, well, welcome to our viewers as you are just joining us here at the Bankers Field. Softball activities continuing. Columbus Isle against Mike Cal ladies. 5-3 ball game. Felicia Major just hitting the last batter, so hit by pitch. They're on first and second now. One out. That's Ruthann Sims back there who's on second, imploring the hitter to bunt. And I think this is Diva Burrows at the plate. As soon as I get an angle. It is indeed the pitcher, Diva Burrows. Hard hit on the ground over to second base. They can turn two. Oh, she drops it, so she's going to be safe. They were trying to turn two, and they had a good chance at it if they'd fielded cleanly, but the error now by the shortstop couldn't hold on to the throw. And instead of having a double play, you got bases loaded and still only one away. Boy, what a horrible turn of events there. And now they hit the batter, so that's going to score an easy run. This is not what they wanted. Laura Kelly hit by pitch. Make it 6-3 now in favor of Mike Cal. Still arguing the case. Shortstop says, don't underhand it. Or rather, underhand it. Don't throw it over the top like that. You're that close to me. Either way, it's an error. 6-3 score now. Bases still loaded. Only one gone. Mike Cal, or rather Columbus Isles, would love to get a double play here, but they just messed one up. But they're hoping for a second chance. And this could be the opportunity they're looking for. Instead, it goes through for a base hit. Burrows not the fleetest of foot. Well, they're going to try and send her in. And a throw it home would have certainly gotten the runner there. But they do get two out of it. Make it 8-3 in favor of Mike Cal. And they've found the offense. Now shortstop is upset. I don't know if she maybe feels that she didn't like the pitch selection. She didn't like where they had her playing. Something she did not like. And it could be also that they're on the bad side of an 8-3 score at the moment. And it looks like they may make some changes. And they are going to make some changes. So it looks like some defensive changes coming up now for the Columbus Isles. We'll wait for the official word as to who those and what those changes are. But it looks like the pitcher is now going to become the catcher from what I can see here. And we'll have to wait to see what other adjustments the Columbus Owls make here. Bottom of the third inning. With the Columbus Owls trying to keep this game as close as possible at this point. And again, we welcome our viewers who've been checking out the Bahamas games over the last few days. We have about 3 more days of competition left, including today. Softball into its 3rd day of activities, as is basketball. Also on schedule for today, to start things off will be track and field. They'll start the track and field segment. Boxing also scheduled to begin today. Basketball is underway. A lot of good sporting activities. No matter what sport you may enjoy, there's a little something for you. And you hope that Bahamians continue to go on out and support. They're going to go to the underhand style of pitching now. As checking into the game for the Columbus Owls. And I'll try to get her name. And she, as I know her, is a slow pitch player. That's absolutely correct. So she's going to throw in some slow pitch, I guess. Whatever works. So the batters are saying honey on the mound. Well, we'll see. All right, so pitching change is complete. We'll get the pitcher's name in a second. And I'll look at my score sheet and see if I can figure out who the new pitcher is. I'm being patently ignored here in the scorer's booth. Nobody's paying attention to me. So Anastasia Ferguson, thank you very much, on the mound. In to see if she can contain the damage. And almost coming out of her shoes to swing at that one. For Mike Cal is Tyler Miller. 2-1 count to Tyler. And she grounds that one foul. And even though it's coming slow, sometimes you've been watching a little faster pitch, you find out your timing's off now. It's like an off-speed pitch until they catch up to it. Or slow down to it, if you will. Eight-3 is our score. With Mike Cal looking to add on. That one popped up into the air. Could be trouble. Second baseman drifting back. Can't quite get there. And everybody's safe. Just a loop single. Too deep for the second baseman to get there. She gave it a good try. Right fielder was playing too deep to come in and get it. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike. That one drops short, 1-1. Merciful, yes. My profuse thanks to the folks up here who just brought me a fan. Meanwhile, another couple of runs come in. 2 more tally for Mike Cal. Make it 10-3 here in the bottom of the third. And if they can score 3 more runs here, the mercy rule would come into effect. Grounder, throw across the diamond, in time for the second out. The runner does advance to third. So 2 away now for Mike Cal. And here is Ruthann Sims. Always good with the bat. Up the middle. Grounder for a base hit. That's going to score one more run. Ruthann on board. And the carousel continues. 11-3. 2 more runs is what they need, but they'll have to do it all with 2 outs on the board. So now I understand it's 12-3, so they just need 1 more run. That's in there for a strike. Inside for a ball. 12-3 score. Mike Cal looking to close this one out. They need 1 more run to do so. Too high for a ball. Here's the pitch. Off the end of the bat. And foul. Again, another full day of softball games on the schedule today. If you're wondering what happened that game last night, oh boy, he's going to call a strike on that. And that's strike 3. Boy, and I don't blame the batter on that one. But I'll take I'm sure Columbus Owls will take the gift. So we'll have to continue here. No mercy rule. We'll go instead to the bottom of the inning. The top of the 4th, I should say. Top of the 4th coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back to more action in just a few moments.
We need to get 10 runs, lady. Let's go.
And to the top of the 4th we go. We are back live here at the Bankers playing field. Mike Cal going up against the Columbus Owls. It has been a lopsided affair to this point. All in favor of Mike Cal, up by a score of 12-3 as Diva Burrows once again back out on the mound. Columbus Owls did take an early lead, but that was not very long in being able to be sustained. That's a strike by Burrows. Count runs 1-1 here. A ball and a strike to the leadoff hitter. And now 2 strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the last pitch. Here's the 1-2 delivery, missing high. Count runs even. 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Diva's upset. She wanted to finish her off right there. gets a swinging for the first out. So Trinae Bryce goes down swinging. And we are back to the top of the order now for the Columbus Owls as Cottrell Dorsett will make her way into the batter's box. And actually this is Kevette Taylor. No, it's Cottrell Dorsett. Okay, so Cottrell Dorsett at the plate now. Top of the order for Columbus Owls. Pitch from Burrows in there, strike. 1-1. See how Dorsett give Diva Burrows a little smile there. That fastball is right down the pipe. 2-1. So a lot of the Burrows clan playing in for various teams actually. Here's Diva. Pops it up to the left side. Left fielder comes running in and drops it. Should have been an out. Runner's going to end up on second. Off the glove. Marissa Burrows came running in. Got there in plenty of time, but off the tip of the glove, she overran it. That's going to be a ball. So Columbus Owls with a runner at second now. As Cottrell Dorsett advances all the way to second on the error. Crystalinius now batting. And she takes ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Crystalinius. Here's the pitch from Diva Burrows. Down in the dirt, 3-0. 3-0 delivery. In there, strike 1. Crystal was about to take off at first base. She thought she threw the walk. Not so fast, says Spurgeon Johnson. She'll have to see at least one more pitch here. And that's in there for a strike as well, 3-2. Count full. Can Burrows battle all the way back here and get the batter? That's strike 3. Yes, she does. And Crystalinius says, I don't understand what she's arguing about. That is a strike no matter what part of the world you play in. That's a strike. And I think she's more upset with herself, I would imagine, because she had a 3-0 count in her favor, took 3 pitches, and that one's popped into the air. Shortstop there to make the catch for 3. So they do get a base runner on board, but they leave us stranded. And our score is 12-2 here. And I think that's going to be the ball game. Yeah, time, not enough time on the clock with the home team batting. That's it. So the Columbus Owls squandered their final at bat. And our final score ends up being Mike Cal winning it 12-3. There's some congratulations going all around. Sunshine, Diva, all the young ladies for Mike Cal. All smiles, and you can smile when you win. For the Columbus Owls, a disappointing loss. But it was fun nonetheless. See a lot of smiles and hugs. And this is what the Bahamas games is all about. Bringing everybody together through sports. And it indeed has been that type of atmosphere throughout this Bahamas games. But in particular here at softball, where a lot of these players are familiar with each other. To a great extent, having played a number of years against each other as foes and sometimes now as teammates. All right, so we're going to take a quick moment. When we come back, we'll try to get the coach from Mike Cal to have a word in just a few.
Marcel.
Yes, yes. All right, so back here at the field as I'm here with Renee Davis, a.k.a. Sunshine, and Mike Cal. Easy victory. You guys were able to pull away in that second inning, able to get a comfortable victory after 2.5 innings. You got to feel pretty good, not only about the win, but the way the team looks so far in this tournament.
Oh, yes, Marcellus. We had a little jitters in our first 2 games. You know, we have some young, very young ladies here. So the little jitters, you know, this 50 years. So now we in our own now, Marcellus. And it's here on in now that we just had batting practice against Columbus Isles. So when we play, whoever that victim is, we play again, it's on.
So, again, one thing we do know is that if there's one thing you don't lack, it's confidence. And so this team right now, as it's set up, you think Mike Cal can be one of the teams to contend with when it comes down to winning the gold medal?
Of course. They take in the 2 top team, and we win the next game. We in it. We in it, Marcellus. Listen here, we got hard like a lion. The sunshine in the house.
All right. So there you go, man. Mike Cal, all bets are off. If you're betting teams, Mike Cal says put the money on them. You can't lose.
We come to take it for Deep South. Inagua is big team. Mike Cal is big team.
All right. Renee Davis joining us here at Fieldside. Coming up next, a pretty good men's matchup as Grand Bahama faces off against the Mike Cal men. We're going to have that for you in just a few short moments. Stay with us right here at the Blue Hills Playing Field. Bahamas Games action continues. are once again. If you're just joining us, then we say welcome as we continue our coverage of fast pitch softball here at these Bankers Fields. Third day of softball play in these Bahamas games, and setting up right now for what we hope to be a competitive softball game between the men of Grand Bahama and Mike Cal. And now as we get ready to kick this one off, it'll be the top of the inning coming up in just a few short seconds here. Quickly running down the lineups, or rather the defensive alignment here for this Mike Cal team. On the mound will be Garam Hanna. Behind the plate, catching balls and strikes for him will be Akil Kemp. Over at first base, Karan Sands. Playing second will be Canton Chase. Third base belongs to Dakar Roll. The shortstop position being played by Dino Sweeting. Over in the outfield, Arian Seymour has left field. Rodney Forbes patrolling center field, and Sidney Neely over there in right. And here we go to start things off with Angelo Watson leading off for Grand Bahama. Terad Rowe will bat second. He's the DH today, and Desmond Russell batting third. There's a good look at Garam Hanna. You saw Watson fake the bunt, and he's got some tremendous wheels. You have to respect that, but he also hits for power pretty well. So he puts the defense on their heels, and hence why he's a pretty good leadoff man. Hanna now lets it fly inside and hits him, so on board, leadoff man, hit by pitch as Angelo Watson trots on down. So very quickly, Grand Bahama with a base runner to start the ball game here. Top of the first inning, leadoff man is Angelo Watson, hit by pitch, and not the way Mike Cal would have liked to start things off. And here is Terad Roll coming up to the plate. Hanna lets it go. Run is off and running. Throw down to second. It's going to be overthrown. Watson using that speed is going to chug on down to third and make the turn, but he'll stay put right there. Dakar Roll with a late tag, and he's safe. So an inauspicious beginning so far for Mike Cal, as they try to avoid giving up an early run. It's going to be difficult, though, with nobody out and a runner already at third base. And here's the 1-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. Count will go 1-1 here. Interesting that he would take that pitch. You're looking for something to put into play to score the run. And now a timeout called. And they want to know if he offered at that first bunt. Or did he pull the bat back? And I think that's what the question is right now. They want to know, is it 1-1 or 2 strikes? And they will say it was 2 strikes. Okay, so he did offer at the first pitch. And so instead of 1-1 being the count, it's now 0-2. The umpire is corrected, and now it's 2 strikes. Count pitch goes high, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now you see a little playful between Dakar Roll and Angelo Watson. These two guys very familiar with each other. Dakar loves to talk a little trash. Watson can give it right back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hard hit. And dropping in for a base hit. That's going to score Watson. And it's 1-0 Grand Bahama. So Terad Roll comes through with a single. Meanwhile, here's Desmond Russell coming to the plate, batting in that third spot. Still nobody in the top of the first inning. Shows bunt, pops it up, and nobody can get there. So a lucky break there for Grand Bahama. Now, I go back to that earlier call when the umpires changed that to a strike there. There was already a pitch thrown and they appealed it. I thought that might have been a little late to make the appeal, but they made the correction nonetheless. 2 strikes, and didn't matter. I guess he got a base hit anyway. Inside, hustling down to second and getting in there safely is Rowe. So Jerome Hanna having some issues here to start this ball game for Mike Cal. 1-0 already. Runner at second, nobody out. And that's away for another ball. 2-1, I think, is the count against Russell here. Desmond, a pretty good baseball player. And that one misses as well. Should be 3-1 now. Already a hot sunny day here at the ballpark. Three balls, 1 strike, timeout call by the batter. So Desmond steps out, and he'll reset it and try it again. The 3-1 pitch coming in. Pops it up into the air. Should be an easy out. But it drifts foul and out of play. And that's Arian Seymour, the left fielder, who came over to give it a look. See if it stayed in there. He maybe could get a glove on it, but just too far gone, and it'll count as a strike. 3 balls, 2 strikes now. The count goes full. And apparently we're just joining our live viewers. Top of the first inning, Grand Bahama. And that one's hit deep to left field. And Russell knew it was gone. The left fielder had to take a second, but this one is way out of here. A home run. 2-run shot by Desmond Russell. Number 8 puts a charge into one, and it's just a 3-0 game just like that. Grand Bahamas' Desmond Russell connecting and taking it out of the ballpark for a 2-run home run. Grand Bahama is turning on the offense to start this game. We're in the top of the first inning, with the Lucayans now leading Mike Cal by a score of 3-0, and still nobody out here in the first inning. And that brings up Mikel Bethel, who bats cleanup, and he puts down a bunt, and it goes foul. You don't see the cleanup man bunting too often, but I guess whatever works. So he's got a strike now after the bunt attempt goes foul. And just on the outside corner for strike 2. Two strikes now on Bethel. Here's the pitch from Hanna. Hit hard. Out to left field. And drifting over to make the catch, Arian Seymour on the warning track. WTP, they call it. Warning track power. That was all it was worth, and it's good for 1 out. 1 gone now for Grand Bahama. And here is Larry Russell, whose brother just hit a home run a short while ago. Sure, he'd like to follow suit so they can have a little something to talk about after these games are over. He takes strike 1. Remember that game when we both hit a home run against Mike Cal? If he doesn't, then the story will be, boy, remember when I hit the ball at home run and you couldn't get on base? And he does come through with a base hit up the middle. So Larry Russell on board with a single. So Jerome Hanna's not fooling anybody to this point. They've been getting solid contact on him. And now comes Quentin Roll. They're going to have a pinch runner coming in for Russell already. That's going to be Rashad Richardson coming in as the pinch runner. So the pinch runner, Rashad Richardson, over at first base. And that one's driven hard. That could be trouble. And nobody's going to move because it's going to be way out of here. Where it is on the soccer field. Oh, my goodness. Talk about putting a charge in one. And that's exactly what he did. No need for a pinch runner. You can take your time coming home. Woo-wee. Quentin Roll takes it deep and out of here. And how about that? A 5-0 lead as Grand Bahama taking no prisoners against Mike Cal early on. Still here in the top of the first inning and only one away. It has been a rough start to the ball game for Mike Cal and Jerome Hanna. My goodness, he got a hold of that thing. It was a no-doubter. The outfielders, neither of them, look, they're laughing about it right there in the outfield right now. That's the center fielder, Rodney Forbes. Both he and Arian Seymour, they didn't even move. They could tell off the bat that thing was way gone. I mean, neither of them, they just turned around to see how far it would go. So Lyndon Richardson now at the plate. And Hanna perhaps a little shaky. Lets that one fly high. He's going to have to get his confidence back. He's had two big blasts knocked off of him here in this top of the first inning. Lyndon Richardson takes ball 2 now. And Jerome Hanna doesn't want to throw anything near the strike zone at this stage. Oh, wow, it calls the inside strike there on the inner edge on Lyndon Richardson. Arian McDonald's waiting on deck. With just one away, he will get a chance to bat here. Up high, count runs 2. 2-1. 3-1 actually, says the umpire, so we must have missed one somewhere. 3 balls, 1 strike to Lyndon Richardson here. Jerome Hanna just trying to get his way out of this top of the inning. Remember, we are just underway, top of the first, and already a 5-0 lead courtesy of a couple of deep balls by Grand Bahama. That's strike 2. The umpire got excited. He thought it was 3 strikes. It's just 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There it is. He recognizes. They sure made you. Listen, it's been a long couple of days. You're entitled to sometimes forget the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So now if you're the hitter, you know the umpire's ready to ring you up. So you gotta let your hands go here. 3-2, ball 4. That one not close. So we had him on the ropes, but they couldn't finish the deal. And a runner goes down to first base, and the inning continues. And it looks as if they're going to bringing a pinch runner. So let's see what happens here. Here is the next batter in the order, Arian McDonald. Shows bunt. And did he pull it back? It looked like he went to, in my opinion, but they're going to appeal. Well, by the body language of the Kyle rule, I guess they called a ball. They'll say he did not go. And 1-0. You see DeKyle now playing a little closer in anticipation of the bunt attempt once again. Instead, he swings away. Fouls it back, strike one. 1-1 the count. And that's Mikal Bethel in to run. And here comes the pitch now to Quinton. Up high for a ball. They're going to throw down to second on the steal attempt. And he's safe. The ball gets past. But he didn't pick it up in time to advance further. So Grand Bahama being very aggressive here to start this game. Taking second base on the steal. Puts another runner in scoring position with one away. One gets into the dirt for a ball. Now 3-0. So this is not the start that Mike Cal was thinking about when this game began. When hit, here we are. 5-0. Runner at second. Just one out. And that'll be ball four. Mike Cal wanted that to be a strike, but it is a little high, just at the chin. Good call by the umpire to make it ball four. And this top of the inning continues. Runners at first and second now, still one gone. Good news for Mike Cal as a ground ball can give you a double play here if you can turn it. And here's the eighth batter in the inning, Keel Pindit. He pops up the bunt attempt. Catcher drifting back and makes the catch for the second out. And I don't understand why they would be bunting in this situation. They already got a nice lead, 5-0. Just let them swing away. And they're, especially with Angelo Watson coming back up, maybe that's what they want to do. So Watson's back up for a second time here in this inning. And takes one inside, and I think he got hit. And the umpire says, no, you did not. Umpire says he did not get hit. I thought from here it did look like it brushed the elbow. And if I were Watson, I'd be glad he said I didn't hit. Just come back here and swing. I'd much rather have him swinging than taking a walk here. For whatever reason, Watson wants to take the free base here, but now he's going to get back into the batter's box. Listen, I'm taking the task to swing here. I got a 5-0 lead. Runners in scoring position. Let me swing my bat. And that's what you want, right? He's going to get a base hit out of it. A runner's going to score. And the throw gets past. Well, he was jogging in there. He didn't realize the play was that close. They could have got him at home plate. Had it been a better throw. He was kind of lackadaisical going in there, but Watson, just like that, he wanted to be hit by a pitch. Instead, he gets an RBI single out of it. He'll advance to second on the throw. So it keeps adding up here for Grand Bahama. They're up 6-0 here, but two are gone. And here is Teran Roll down in the dirt for a ball. Second and third, 2 away. Grand Bahama looking to add to their tally here, but this will be Roll's second at bat as well. He's the DH for this Grand Bahama squad. Hard hit down the left field line and foul. Another long run there for Arian Seymour. Going into the construction site in the corner of the left field there. That's a lot of dirt piled up and debris. A lot of the work that was planned for this field to start these games unable to be completed because of the intense rain into the weeks heading into this. A lot of the work they wanted to get done wasn't possible to the field. 1-1 is the count. To Roll. Takes it low and away for 2-1. 2-1 the count here now. It says Roll digs back in. Grand Bahamas put 6 on the board so far, looking to add more. That's a strike. And Roll's got to understand that's been a strike all tournament long. That has been a strike all tournament long. You can't be surprised by this. Somebody in the stand said, "Don't leave it up to me." That's the umpire. And you're right. You know, don't let the umpire decide the game for you. Go in there and swing your bat, and that's going to be the third out. Pops it up to the center fielder, and finally they get done with it. But not before 6 runs are on the board. 7 runs are on the board for Grand Bahama. Somehow or the other, I keep missing one somewhere. I keep missing one. 7-0 is our score. They tally 7, which makes sense because there was 2 runners on base, and they went around the base paths. They were batting through the second time in the order. Okay, so yeah, 7-0. My math. We go now to the bottom of the first, and it'll be Mike Cal coming to the plate for the first time after a long top of the first there. The top of the first that saw 2 home runs, a 2-run shot from Desmond Russell, and then a solo shot from Larry Russell. We are still in the first inning. Bottom of the first now. That's how long it took. Top of the first still. And we'll move to the bottom of the first now. 6-0 lead. Or was it 7? I don't remember anymore. 7-0. That's it. 7-0 Grand Bahama. So after a long top of the first, Mike Cal will get their first chance to swing the bats here. And one thing we do know is that teams will give you chances. So even though it's a good first inning, at least so far for Grand Bahama, we've seen the teams will let you back in here. It's just a matter of being patient, getting pitches to hit. So looking at the defensive alignment for Grand Bahama, they'll start with Michael Sweeting on the mound. Behind the plate, Lyndon Richardson. First baseman is Larry Russell. Second base, Keel Pinder. Over at third, Quinton Roll. Shortstop this afternoon, Desmond Russell. This morning. Left fielder, Angelo Watson. Center fielder, Mikael Bethel. And over in right field, Arian McDonald. Leading off here for Mike Cal will be Kenton Chase, followed by Rodney Forbes. Dino Sweeting bats third. And Sidney Neely batting cleanup. Kenton Chase showing bunt. And he takes strike 1. So nothing Grand Bahama would love more than to get a quick 1-2-3 here and really demoralize Mike Cal. Spins it into the dirt. Looks as if he was trying to put a little something extra on it. And now the count goes 1-1 here to Chase. If you're Mike Cal, you know you're not going into panic mode here. Game is just getting started. It's just a matter of being able to put some runs on the board. You may not get 6, but if you can get a couple of runs back, gives you a feeling that you got a chance. Swings and hits it foul. 1-1. If you missed it last night, we had a little history. Alfonso Chicken Aubrey got onto the mound for the Columbus Isles last night at age 66. 66 years old. And that's a strikeout as Chase will take the walk back to the dugout for the first out. So Alfonso Chicken Aubrey playing last night for the Columbus Isles at age 66. He'll be 67 this month. He was wearing the number 67. I don't know for you folks that, do that number thing. Maybe that's something. But that's not the story. The story is that by checking himself into the game as the relief pitcher, Aubrey became, I don't know if he's the only one, but he's become one of the only ones I know that's played in all 6 Bahamas games. Played in the very first game back in the 80s and now playing here in 2023 at the age of 66. A little trivia if somebody ever asks and you want to win some money on something. I don't know. That could be one of those trivia things where you win a car or something. Who knows? Who was the Bahamian that played in the 2023 Bahamas games at age 66 and competed in all 6 games? Just kind of throwing it out there. Now you know the answer. Alfonso Chicken Aubrey. Strike. In there to Rodney Forbes. Batting second here with 1 gone. Center fielder for Mike Cal. Fixing off against Michael Sweeting. Forbes got some tremendous speed here. And Sweeting missing badly with that one for a ball. 2-1. Well, did I see the umpire hold up 2 fists just now, which means the count is 3-2? I don't see that many pitches go by, so I'll wait. But right now I think it's 2-1. I got to say again, good morning and thank you to all of our umpires here today. They are showing up for business, and that it was indeed full count. So that's ball 4. A runner on board now for Mike Cal. As Rodney Forbes draws the walk. Their first base runner of the day. And here is Dino Sweeting. Batting in the 3rd spot and playing shortstop today. So as I mentioned, the umpires here today, Wayne Baston and we just saw Spurgeon Johnson behind the plate. They're out there in these conditions. There are 4 umpires today, so they'll rotate throughout the entire day. They'll just interchange games. That's a lot of action out there, being out there in the sun. And you got to give them their kudos. You got to tip that cap. It ain't easy being out here. But again, these guys show up. So when I hear the people getting on the officials, understand what they're going through out there. This is not, by any stretch of the imagination, easy. 1-1 the count. Pops it into the air. And can't quite make the play. That's going to be a base hit. Dino Sweeting, and good wheels there by Forbes to come around to score after that ball hit the ground. He's got tremendous speed going around the base paths. And you just saw it in evidence. He was on first base and was able to hustle all the way around and score on that ball as it dropped into the outfield. Dino Sweeting's got some good speed as well. I think he ended up on second. So it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. Mike Cal can score some runs. Here's Sidney Neely. Not going to get away, and you can see Sweeting hustling already over down to 3rd base. So, yeah, Mike Cal's got some wheels on the base pass. They can put pressure on the defense. And if Sidney Neely can somehow drive in another run, remember there's only 1 gone here. If he can put it in play or even get a base hit, whatever it may be, Sweeting's going to score easily on anything on the ground. Definitely scores on anything on a pop-up to the outfield. Hard hit, base hit to the left side. Yeah, so Mike Cal's doing their thing here. They're answering back. Like I said, you just want to get a couple of runs If you can't get all 7 back, at least if you score 3 or 4, you feel like we're in this thing. So 7-2 now at the moment. Seven to 2 ball game, bottom of the first inning, one away for Mike Cal. Here's the Kyle roll. Takes ball 1 down and in. Last time we saw it to Kyle, he was getting struck out. Against Thomas Davis. In the game against Long Island. That was a pretty good one here we had for you on television. And Roll pops it up to the right side and making the catch, a sliding catch for the second out is Desmond Russell, who comes in to make the catch there for Grand Bahama. And my correction, that is Arian McDonald who came in to make the catch in right field. And speaking of Arians, here's Arian Seymour batting now for Mike Cal with 2 away. Runner at first, grounded to shortstop, and they'll take the easy force at second for the third out. So 3 away, and the score now 7-2 in favor of Mike Cal. We've come to the bottom of the first inning. Let's take a moment. We'll come right back. We'll continue with activities here. Oh, okay. So before we go, we're going to show you last night, Alfonso Aubrey, I told you, Chicken Aubrey, entering the game as a pitcher and becoming the only one, to my knowledge, to have played in all 6 Bahamas games. And this is Chicken Aubrey, who was the player coach for the Columbus Isles. Came into the game right around the second inning. Bottom of the second inning, if I remember correctly. And actually did a pretty good job. Got himself out of the inning, even tallied a strikeout. And I talked to him after. He said, listen, I had to show these fellas how to get it done. He said, sometimes if you're the only man for the job, you got to come in and do it. And so the one thing I know is Chicken is not afraid to take on the challenge. And even at age 66, he was not afraid to come into the game last night. He still feels confident that he's able to play with anybody. And for that moment, at least, he was able to prove himself right. So Chicken Aubrey last night becomes the first player playing all 6 Bahamas games, to my knowledge. Let me just say that again. There may be others, but as far as I know, that's the only one I'm aware of that's played in 6 Bahamas games from the very first one to now. With his last appearance being 20-plus years ago, 22 years ago. That's saying something. Meanwhile, we're ready for the top of the second inning. Grand Bahama now moving through the batting order for the third time. The second time, I should say, already. As Desmond Russell, who had a home run his last time up, takes strike 1 down low. And you can imagine that Garam Hanna, the pitcher for Mike Cal, remembers that. He's not going to give him something to hit, I would imagine. He's going to try and nibble around those edges, although he has a strike to his credit already, so maybe he's going to try and get him to chase a pitch. See, he's staying away. 1 ball, 1 strike. A ball and a strike to Desmond Russell. 1 for 1 so far in the ball game. His team up 7-2. And he pops it back and out of play. You can tell he had bad intentions. Got it off the end of the bat. Wasn't quite able to barrel it up. But he's got 2 strikes on him now. A ball and 2 strikes on Desmond Russell. Hannah would love to get out of this inning quickly. Michael would like to get back in there and see if they can peck away at this 7-2 lead. They did what they wanted to, which was respond by scoring a couple of runs themselves in the bottom of the first to make it where we stand now at 7-2. Up high, 2-1. Sorry, that's 2-2. You're right, guys. You got it right. You took one and swung at one for 2 strikes. So now the count 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Hannah looks in, gets the location and the pitch they want to try here, and here's the 2-2. Does not offer, and the count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Almost got him to offer. Umpire says no, he did not go. They wanted to check it. Kept his hands back. Barrel of the bat did not break the plane, which is what the first base umpire looks for when they make that appeal. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And fouls it back again. So Russell's not being cheated on these swings, that's for sure. A lot of times when guys get 2 strikes, they shorten up, just try to put it in play. Russell said, no, I'm still swinging for the fences here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone. Sorry, this can't be 2 gone. This is with 1 out, nobody out. Am I right? Yeah, this is a leadoff man, so nobody gone. 3-2. Hard hit up the shortstop, comes up throwing, and he's off the bag. That's right, so he's going to be safe at first. Sands tried to sell it, but the throw drew him off the bag, and Russell with the hustle down the line is safe. Two for 2 now for Desmond Russell. Hustling down the line. Throw over to Karan Sands. Pulled him off the bag, and with a hustling on the line that way, he's going to get on down to second now in a wild throw. So Grand Bahama again making some noise here. The leadoff man is at second with nobody out. And we're seeing a little bit of deja vu here if you're Mike Cal. They don't want a repeat of what happened at the top of the inning in the first. Missing high for a ball. Two 2-0 to count. First one got away. So now it's 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. In there, strike 1. 2-1 the count on the batter. Mikhail Bethel. Here's the pitch. Down in the dirt. 3-1. 3-1 the count here against Mikhail Bethel. Russell already at second. Hannah trying to avoid him either scoring or even advancing at this point. Oh, and it gets a generous pitch on the outer corner for strike 2. But again, the umpires consistently call that pitch, so you have to understand that and make the adjustment as a hitter. Don't give up on that outside pitch. You maybe want to get up on the plate a little bit more. 3-2 here. It's a full count. Hannah lets it fly. And that one's hit to the left side and foul. Russell jogging back to second. He was off and running on contact. Three balls, 2 strikes to Mikhail Bethel. 3-2 pitch coming in. And he gets him with strike 3. And again, how long are you going to take to figure it out? The outside pitch is being called for a strike. You can't take it. And that's exactly what he did, however. And I know it's tough sometimes as a hitter to make that change. If you know the strike zone and you say that's away to you, then it's hard to pull the trigger. But you gotta get up on the plate and make that adjustment. The umpire's calling it. That means it's a strike today. And here is Larry Russell now. Singled his last time up. His brother Desmond at second. With one away. Hard hit. Left side. Drops in for a base hit. Gets past the left fielder. Russell's going to score easily. And Larry Russell's going to jog on into second base with a double. Arian Seymour tried to make the play and couldn't get there. It got past him, went to the fence. Now, the good thing for him is that Larry Russell's not the fastest guy in the world, so he only gets a double out of it. Had that been one of the faster runners, that could have been trouble. They replace a runner with a runner. Right back at second. And here is Quentin Roll. At the dish. There's Larry trying to catch his breath over there at second base. Garam Hanna, who has been charged with trying to keep this game as close as possible. And if you missed it, Quentin Roll, by the way, hit one onto the soccer field his last time up. It was about as long a home run as I've seen here at this ballpark. Takes the ball. So the last thing Hanna wants to do here is give him something he can extend the hands on and punch out of here again. A ball and no strikes. It's a big Mr. Roll. And you saw he was swinging for the fences again. 1-1. Good demonstration of the swing there by the third baseman for Mike Cal. The guy rolled, showing what he should have, what he did. And there goes another one. Outfielders don't even bother to look. See it, kiss it, goodbye. Again on the soccer field. Did you see the all the way to the soccer field for the second time in this ball game? Good gracious. At some point, they got to get the memo. Don't throw a strike to this guy. He's left the yard twice with 2 deep home runs. Big fella. Take him yard, why don't you? He's having himself a day. Quentin Roll, 2 big home runs. And when I say big, I mean big. Not only out of this ballpark, but onto the next one. Onto the soccer pitch. That fence out there, so those are those about 400 feet away. He's hitting them, he's crushing them. Here's Lyndon Richardson trying to follow suit. He took a big swing as well, but the score 10-2 now after that blast from Quentin Roll. Lyndon Richardson at the plate here. And did he go? Did not. 1-1. Crowd still buzzing after that home run there by Quentin Roll. And you can see there's a pretty good crowd here, despite the early part of this being the early part of the day. Softball has drawn a fan support. That is for sure. Some of the other sports going on, track and field, boxing also getting started today, basketball still going on. 1-1 count. Here's the pitch to Richardson. Takes 4 strike. You see the look he gives the umpire? He's like, are you kidding me? But again, you know, it's been a strike all game long. Can't continue to be surprised. Ball and 2 strikes now on Richardson. Does not chase. And now 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Two the count to Lyndon Richardson. Garam Hanna just trying to, again, just get his way out of this inning. Fouled away. Let's see another swing. He'll swing another, get another chance at it here. Big second baseman for Grand Bahama, Lyndon Richardson. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Fouls it away to stay alive. Two balls, 2 strikes. Hanna trying to get his way out of this inning. He's given up 3 runs so far. 10-2 is our score. Top of the second inning. And he gets him swinging for the out. So Richardson strikes out to be the second out here in the second. All right, got it. Arian McDonald jumps out of the way of ball 1. Top of the second. 2 gone. One ball, no strikes. The hitter on the deck right now. Takes ball 1 high, ball 2 high. Aaron McDonald at the plate for this Grand Bahama team, who've been having their way with Garam Hanna, the pitcher for Mike Cal. Grounder over the first base. Sands comes up with it, and they'll record the out. So they finally get out of it, but not before another couple of runs, 3 runs as a matter of fact, added to the tally. And another big long home run from Quinton Roll. He's got 2 in this ball game, 2 of them landing on the soccer field. Good thing there's no matches being played. And it's now a 10-2 game. The bottom of the second inning is coming up as Grand Bahama makes their way back onto the field. They find themselves on the good side of a score. And taking a look now, you guys can see on your screen, Alfonso Chicken Aubrey told you last night, he, by coming into the game, became, as far as I know, one of the few players that have actually played in all 6 editions of the Bahamas games. Checking in at age 66. His 67th birthday will be coming up this year. But he came in relief and was able to record a couple of outs. Actually, we got a strikeout in this one. And, you know, talk about perseverance, man, and still having the ability to get it done, right? And that's what the Bahamas games is all about. There are a lot of stories in here. I know it's a lot of young folks, but there are a lot of different stories to be told, and that was just one of them. Good stuff there. By the way, speaking of stories, and Chicken Hanna's a good story. Chicken Aubrey's a good story, but you see the umpire there that's on your screen on the bottom left. That's Sheriff Major. He's officiated in 3 different sporting events so far in this Bahamas games. He's been a basketball official. He's now umpiring softball, and earlier this week he was one of the volleyball officials. So talk about you know, having a love for the official side of things. That's Sheriff Major. So a lot of good stories coming out of these Bahamas games that go unnoticed sometimes if you're not made aware of them. And Chicken Aubrey was one of them. You heard his story. Playing in all 6 Bahamas games. Now you know about an official who's called in all 3 different disciplines here in one game. So I don't know if that's ever happened. So we're back to live action now. Moving to the bottom of the second as Mike Cal will try to get some of those runs back. And at the plate for Mike Cal, seeing his first swings of the ball game, facing off against Michael Sweeting here. Grounded to the shortstop. Comes up firing, and they get it. Just in time. Got him by half a step. Long throw. He was hustling down the line, but just did get him there. Gave it everything he had. Just not quite enough. So 1 up and 1 down. And a big swing there. Sands, Karan Sands now gets his first at bat. Sands, the first baseman for Mike Cal. Down the count. 0-1. That one well wide, and now the count runs even. 1-1 here. This is our second game of the day here as softball moves into day 3. Fouls it away. Time to separate the sheep from the goat, as they say. As it happens, these teams have played a number of games now. You're starting to see which teams are going to be contenders. Which will be sacrificial lambs, I guess. Grand Bahama, with this performance here on the men's side, would have to be considered one of those teams you have to watch out for. Exuma looking strong with pitching. Long Island also looking good. And of course, New Providence. There are potentially 4 teams that have a really, really good chance of winning on the men's side. That's a strike. Sands takes it looking. 2 gone. Grand Bahama exuding confidence at this point. They are feeling pretty good about things. And here's the pitcher, Garam Hanna. You know, if nothing else, he'd like to maybe get a base hit here. He's been getting tattooed at the plate. From this Grand Bahama team. Hanna. Pitch coming in from Sweeting. Swings at the first one he sees. Shoots it over to the right side and drifting in. D'Angelo Watson corrals it. And that is out number 3. So Mike Cal sent 3 to the plate. All 3 get out. Quick 1-2-3. We have ended 2 innings here. We'll move to the top of the 3rd. It's Grand Bahama with a commanding lead. 10-2 our score. We shall return, I think, right after this. Stay with us. Softball does continue here on the network. All right, so as we return to live action here, the Mike Cal squad has made a couple of changes now. Garam Hanna's day is done as coming in to pitch now will be the left fielder, Arian Seymour will move from left field to the pitching position. And it looks as if they're going to make Matthew Major will come in. Well, I'm trying to get a handle on all these changes right now. There's some changes being made defensively for this team. And as I look at my Cal, they didn't have any substitutes listed on their score sheet, so I don't know who they brought into the game, but apparently they must have had somebody hidden. So it looks as if Dino Sweetings now going to move over to left field. Arian Seymour is going to come to pitch. I'm just kind of eyeballing the field out there and seeing what I'm seeing as far as the changes. And they're going to have a new catcher. I'm not sure who that is. That looks like Charlie. Is that Charlie Mortimer? I think it looks like Charlie Mortimer coming in to catch here for Mike Cal. Charlie Major, sorry. I said Charlie Moore. Charlie Major. Charlie Major coming in to catch. So a lot of changes being made right now by Mike Cal as they try to shift things around and hope that will change their fortunes. There's Mario Ford, who was the manager for this Mike Cal team. She's trying to shuffle things around, trying to make something happen positive. In the third inning now, it is with the 10-run mercy rule looming. They need to have a good inning defensively here and keep the score right where it is. They trail by 8. Grand Bahamas going to leave it just the way it was. And why not? As Keel Pinder steps in and takes the ball. So Arian Seymour, the new pitcher of record now for this Mike Cal team. Hasn't quite found the strike zone just yet, 2-0. Charlie Major wanted to strike there. And he'll get that one. Sometimes you talk to the umpire, he'll give you a little blessing. 2 balls, 1 strike now. Outside does not get the benefit of that one. Somebody says, same pitch. 3-1. Oh, and he's going to call that a strike. 3-2 now. Strike zone perhaps getting a little generous. Here's Seymour. And that'll be ball 4. So the leadoff man on board as Pinder drawing the walk there. And that's going to bring us back to the top of the order for Grand Bahama. Angelo Watson, his 3rd time to hit in the ball game, takes a strike. Watson's been on base all 2 times so far. And that one gets away. That's going to allow Pinder to head on down to second. 1 ball, 1 strike to Angelo Watson now. And with the count 1-1, Seymour blows that one by him. Ball and 2 strikes is the current count. It's Arian Seymour trying to get past this hitter. Outside for a ball. And I think that's Arian McDonald. I made some. Okay, so I was wrong. Grand Bahama did make some changes. And that's going to be foul. So it looks like there is a pinch hitter, a new hitter in the game for Grand Bahama, at least as far as my record's concerned. I'll wait to get that name. Keel Pinder at first base, though. At second, sorry. That one gets away, and he's taking off and running for third. So Grand Bahama would like to go up by the 10-run right now and see if they can close it out at the end of 3 with the mercy rule. Of course, real ways from that. Still got to get those runs in. 3-1. And that's ball 4. The run's going to come in to score here. Make it 11-2. 11-2. They put him on board. And here is Trad Roll coming back up. So Angelo Watson was pinch hit for. We'll see if he comes back in the ball game as a fielder. Meanwhile, coming in to swing now is Roll, the DH. Off and running on the pitch. They throw it out to second base, not even close. Second baseman backing up, able to save that thing from going into the outfield and giving up another base. Strike 1, however, on Roll. He takes a big cut and fouls back strike 2. Looks as if Arian Seymour is finding the rhythm here on the mound. He came in to start the inning after playing left field all day. And as I say that, he rolls one in there. Ball and 2 strikes. A 1-2 count now. That's strike 3. That outside corner has been called all game long. Major has not changed it. Hitters keep complaining about it, but if you're into the 3rd inning and he keeps calling the same pitch, then you got to understand that's a strike. Desmond Russell. And the runner takes off for 3rd, and he's going to get in there. Good speed to steal that base. Short the count. Roll, try to make sure that ball didn't get skipped past him. Russell, ball gets past. The runner's going to score. 12-2 now. So Grand Bahama put some speed on the base pads, and they keep on running. And now up by 10. And still only 1 away. Desmond Russell still batting here. Saw him hit a home run earlier. So you got to be careful in that situation. That's inside, ball 4. So Desmond Russell on board with a walk. And he's reached all 3 times today. We're going to have another pinch hitter coming in for Grand Bahama. So they're going to do a re-entry situation. He's just going to swing, and then Mikael Bethel's going to come back into the game to play defense. Strike 1. He takes it. Ball 1. 1-1. They didn't give me the name, so I can't tell you who it is. So all I can tell you is he's got a 1-1 count. And he's hitting for Mikael Bethel. That one skips away. And advancing down to second base will be Russell. And you can see the energy has been sucked out of this Mikael team. That'll happen to you in a situation like this. Up high, 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. And now ball 4. Russell's going to head on down to third. So they're on the corners with 1 away. And now here's Larry Russell. He's singled twice in the game. His brother Desmond over there at third. Ball 1. And the runner, Desmond Russell, says, I'm going to wait on my brother to get me home with a single, with a base hit. Runner does advance to second, though, so the double plays off. That's a strike. Larry Russell taking strike 1. That one skips in there. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. And fouls it away for the second strike. Meanwhile, another wild pitch. The run scores again, 13-2. As Desmond Russell comes home. Waiting on deck is the guy that's had 2 big home runs here. They don't want to see him again. Russell pops it up. Center fielder drifting over and makes the catch for the second out. Now, it'll be interesting to see if they give the intentional walk here to Quentin Roll. I would. Personally, I'm not allowing him to hit another home run on me. And with Lyndon Richardson on deck, I would just pitch to him. So are they going to let him swing here? That's the question. Well, they're going to face him. You see Arian Seymour trying to psych himself up. Ball 1 into the dirt. Arian Seymour, boy, I tell you, he's trying to psych himself up right now. He's seeing what this guy can do because he was out there in the outfield watching the ball go deep into the soccer field. Inside for a ball. Wait a minute, the umpire called that a strike. You see, and you can see Roll can only laugh at that one, but it is called a strike, 1-1. But he's called that again. That's one of those things. He's called that all game long. If I'm Arian Seymour, I'm pitching there all game. I'm sorry. I'd go right back in there. If he's going to call that a strike, I'm throwing that pitch again. Two and one now. Big Quentin Roll, 2 big home runs today. Looking for a third. Down in. And they're being very careful with him now there. And that's a smart move, right? I mean, he got a generous call to get a strike on the inside. But they're not really trying to put anything over the plate for this guy to put a charge into. He's shown what he can do if you give him something he can hit. Three balls and a strike to Quentin Roll, who has done a lot of damage today from the offensive side of things for this Grand Bahama team. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And he doesn't come close, ball 4. So Quinton Roll is going to end up on base again, but you know what? That's the lesser of two evils now. This guy's hit 2 into the soccer field. And so it's not surprising, though, that they would pitch around him. And that looks like that's going to be it for Arian Seymour. He's headed into the dugout. It looks like they're going to pinch run for Roll here. And now Andy Ford will come out of the dugout. Andy Ford will now come into the game to pitch. And so Andy Ford will come in, replacing Arian Seymour. So Arian Seymour comes out of the game, and in comes Andy Ford. Ford you'll notice his delivery is a little bit different. He's using a slingshot, what is called a slingshot pitch, which does not generate quite the velocity of the windmill, but not quite a lob either. And that's a strike. Strike 2. All right, so Ford's coming in, throwing strikes here. Strike 3 gets him swinging. And so Andy Ford comes in and gets the job done. 3 strikes. And that'll do it. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Well, actually, that should be actually the ball game here. Well, no, Mike Cal will have to hit. Inning started, so Mike Cal will get their final at bat. Just about a minute left on the clock. Either way, this will be the last of it in this game. So Grand Bahama will take the field one more time. Mike Cal, no matter what happens, unless they somehow miraculously come back and take the lead here, this will be their final at bat. They are the home team, so they do have to bat here. Sweeting's going to have to come out here. And for Mike Cal, a final chance to put some runs on the board, and if the unthinkable should happen, perhaps come back and steal a win. Well, if that happens, I'll tell you right now, that we've talked a lot. I've had Romiko Knowles on board with me for the last couple of days. And, you know, we've seen a lot of different things that we had never seen in softball at this tournament so far. If for whatever reason Mike Cal comes back and win this game, I would have to add that to the list. I would say, you know, that's something I haven't seen before. So Sweeting facing off against Canton Chase, strike 1. Chase, his second at bat in this ball game. Takes ball 1. 1-1 here. That's off the plate. 2-1. Two-one pitch coming in from Sweeting to Chase, and he misses again. 3-1 here. So the last thing you want to do with Grand Bahama is to have a long inning. And you've played a lot of softball. You can finish this game off right here, right now. And he fouls it back for the second strike. Three-two the count. Pops it up. Second baseman, easy play, one gone. So he battles his way back. He fell behind, but Chase and able to fight back his way into it to get the out. One down. And here comes Rodney Forbes. Forbes has got on board and scored one of the only runs for this Mike Cal team. That's a strike. So Sweeting trying to finish this game off here in the bottom of the third. Count 1-1. That one skips in there, 2-1. I'm surprised Forbes got out of the way of that. Probably one of those situations where your reflexes took over. Most times guys will, well, nobody wants to get hit. He's got the ankle brace on, so the protector, I should say, so getting hit right there wouldn't have hurt too bad. Instead, he pops it up, and Russell comes in to record the out on the fly, pop fly. 2 away, and Grand Bahama now just 1 out from getting the victory. Two gone, and Sweeting now looking to close it out. Here is Dino Sweeting representing the last out potentially the last out, I should say, for Mike Cal. And he swings at the first pitch he sees. It's going to get to the outfield, and that's an easy catch in center field. 3 up, 3 gone, and they are done. That's your ball game. And Grand Bahama is going to win 13-2 after 3 innings. 10-run mercy rule and time, actually. Whichever one you choose to say, that's the way this one ends. Either way, we're all finished here. 13-2 your final. Grand Bahama defeats Mike Cal. A game that had a little bit of everything. Some monstrous home runs from Quinton Rowe. Desmond Russell also had himself a home run, and they kept pounding away at the Mike Cal defense to the tune of 13 runs. And that's the way this one is going to end. Back to the drawing board for Mike Cal. So let's take it back to the studios. We'll take a moment. We'll come back. I'll see if I can grab somebody from the Grand Bahama team and talk to them about the victory. Coming up after this. you guys just picked, he's the manager for this Grand Bahama team that we just saw play. And you guys were able to get a huge win, an easy win when you think about it. Started out kind of close, and then the offense came to life. 2 big home runs from Quinton Roll and another by Desmond Russell. But, you know, just a dominant offensive performance. You guys got to feel good about that.
Yeah, man. They only did what we expected them to do. What they haven't done all tournament. They national team players just had to get to find their groove, and they did what they had to do.
Yeah, you mentioned doing what you have to do, and so far you guys have been able to pick up quality wins. How does this set you up moving forward the rest of the way?
Well, you know, we got a big game tonight against Exuma, which will let us know how we can set up for the playoff. But we expect to win that game tonight too. You know what I mean? So it shouldn't be no question after the night, and they'll have to figure out what they can do. But we should be ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, and you're right. You know, just looking at this men's tournament, I was saying earlier, there are about 4 teams that are capable of perhaps winning that gold medal. Yourselves, you got Exuma in there, New Providence, and Long Island. As you look at that stack right now, who do you think could potentially end up at the top of the heap?
Well, if you look at it on paper, and then when you look at the pitchers involved, I would say I wouldn't even want to call on this, because my thing about it is we come to win, so I ain't gonna put nobody ahead of us.
That's a smart move, yeah. It'd be hard to explain that to your team later on.
Exactly. So we're looking to get a gold medal round. Whoever come after us, we're ready for them too.
All right.
So I can't say what can happen with them, but I sure am telling you, we're ready for the gold medal round.
There you go. Brandon Jones joining us here. And, guys, we're all set up. We got a lot more softball to come here at the ballpark. I see the Long Island ladies onto the field, and I'm not sure who they'll be playing, but they'll be playing somebody. We'll have it for you. Stay tuned. We have much more action coming up on the other side. And we join the action here, top of the first inning. Long Island going to work. Ball hit to the left side and ends up being a triple. 1-0 already. Long Island up against Exuma. Miranda Knowles got on board with a walk and then stole second. Sienna Fox just now saw here with a double to left field. That scored Knowles, and now it's 1-0 in favor of the visiting team, Long Island here. Another day of softball here at the Bankers Field. The Long Island women going up against Exuma. Just underway, top of the first inning. And here is Kishana Coakley stepping into the batter's box now to face off against the pitcher for Exuma today, Grace Shea. And that one being a ball, and coming in to score as the throw is too late, make it 2-0. So Long Island putting the pressure on to start the ball game. 2 runs already. And still nobody out. Here's Kishana Coakley now. Pitch coming in. Up high for a ball. 2-0, I think is the count. That's a strike. Fouls it away. And we welcome our viewers joining us now as we are just underway, top of the first inning. Long Island against Exuma. Long Island with Miranda Knowles getting on board with a walk, and then she stole second. Sienna Fox followed up with a double down the line. And that's strike 3. Wow, look at that. Kishana Coakley didn't like the call, but she strikes out looking for the first out of this ball game for Long Island. Getting you caught up again. Sienna Fox followed with a double down the left field line to score Miranda Knowles, and she scored as well on a pass ball to make it 2-0, which is where we are right now with 1 gone. And here is Sophie Cott right now batting. Sophie swinging away, pops it up into the air. Pitcher coming over and making the catch. Good hustle by Grace Shea to get the out there. She came a long way to erase Sophie Cartwright, a dangerous hitter. And here's Felice Major. 2-0, 2 gone, top of the first. Felice puts it on the ground, shortstop. Can't field it cleanly, throws it over the first base, and she can't hold on to it. Got a little bump there from Felice Major as she arrived at first base, unable to hold on to the ball as a direct result, and so that'll go down as a hit there. And here's Brianne Knowles. The 6th hitter to bat here in the top of the first for Long Island. Brianne Knowles, the center fielder. Take strike 1. And no worries about Felicia, I would think, stealing second here. She's not moving unless it's a base hit or the ball really gets away from the catcher. Fouls it away for a strike. Didn't make up her mind to swing at a pitch that she could have done some work with. Count runs now. 2 strikes. Two strikes on the batter. That one's driven foul out of play just over the first base dugout here. So 2 strikes on the hitter, Brianne Knowles. That one gets over the top, and Major hustling down to second. Felice Major now at second base after the pass ball. She'll look to score on anything on a base hit into the gap if she can. If Knowles can do that. Brianne Knowles with a ball and 2 strikes on her. Drives it to the outfield. Could be trouble. And it will drop in for a fair ball. Felice Major was turning third. Scores on the play. And they got the runner going down to second. She'll get there safely. 3-0 now, Long Island. And that's 3 balls now that have dropped in that should have been outs into that shallow outfield area. They're playing a little deep maybe for this Long Island hitters, for these Long Island hitters. Until they prove it, I think it should come in a little bit. And here comes Bethany Roll. Swings that one down low for strike 1. Bethany Roll pops it up. And again, pitcher coming over and making the play. Listen, do it yourself, why don't you? Catcher was lost on that one. She didn't know where it was, but Grace Shea sure did. She's recorded 2 outs here, and that's the 3rd out. And we have come to the end of the top of the 1st. Not before Long Island, though, puts up 3 runs on the board. And now Exuma will try to answer as they come to the plate for the first time. And let's break down the defensive alignment here for Long Island as they come onto the field here. It'll be Kishana Coakley on the mound. Behind the plate is Sophie Cartwright. Playing first base for Long Island is Felice Major. Second baseman Kimberly Cartwright. At third today is Bethany Roll. Shortstop Miranda Knowles. Out in the outfield, Sienna Fox is in left. Patrolling center field is Brianne Knowles. And right fielder will be Mavis Delancey. Coming up to bat now for Exuma will be Nishka Curling leading off, followed by Petra Poitier and April Dean. A lot of dust flying around here at the stadium. They did some extensive renovations to the park, weren't able to get it all completed. So with it being as hot as it has been, it's gotten a little dusty here. Here's a good look at your starting pitcher now. For Long Island. Young Kishana Coakley. Coakley, the granddaughter of Desiree Coakley, the daughter, sorry, of Desiree Coakley, who was a pretty good pitcher in her own right, following in mom's footsteps. Rosina Taylor, her grandmother, was one of our longtime scorers, has actually been in this booth for a lot of these days of softball. Will probably be here later on today. So there's a lot of folks that grow up around the ballpark, and they're part of the game, very fabric of softball here in the country. Hard hit to the right side. Second baseman over, flips it over, and boy, Felice Major tried to make a play on it. Couldn't hold the bag, though. She made a good effort. The throw was offline, tried to keep her foot on and grab it barehanded, but was pulled off. So the leadoff runner is on board for Exuma. That's Curling. And here's Petra Poitier now as the Navigators try to get back into this thing. Exuma at the plate for their first at bat. That's a strike. Throw down to second. And she can't quite hold on to it, so she'll get there safely. Better throw when she has her, but Cartwright unable to get enough on it. Good job there by the shortstop to keep it in front of her and avoid that runner getting over to third. Meanwhile, a strike on Poitier. Takes a swing, strike two. It's a young squad here for Long Island. A lot of these girls are high schoolers, including Coakley, who you're seeing on the mound. Got a nice mixture of veterans and youth. Two strikes now. She's just trying to stay alive in that batter's box now is Poitier. Coakley trying to record the first out here in the bottom of the first. The runner at second is Nishka Curling. And she swings that one way over the head for the strikeout. Wow, that was unexpected. She's going to have to go back and explain to her teammates what she saw. And next they see a little laugh. She's going to hear about that. Here's April Dean. That one gets over to third, and she's going to be out. Oh, they're going to call a safe. I thought the tag beat her, but the umpire says no, she got the foot in there, and it's safe at third. While a ball on no strikes now to April Dean. Two and 0. Good block by Sophie Cartwright to keep that one in front of her. Sophie will play any way you put her right now. She's one of those players that just loves to play the game. She played third base, first base, card catcher. Again, able to stop that one from going by as Coakley finding some issues with the strike zone now, trying to get that release point right. 3-0. Just joining us, Long Island jumped out to a 3-0 lead. In the top of the first, we're here in the bottom of the first now with Exuma trying to answer. One gone, a runner at third. And a big swing. Foul tip, says the umpire, and that's a strike. Let's go look at Petra Poitier over at third base, representing the runner for Exuma. That one skips past. Poitier's going to try and score, and she will. That was ball 4, so the runner will go down to first, so they'll replace one. Will they score a run as well? So April Dean on board with the walk. And here's Grace Shea, the pitcher, with her chance to swing. Shea made a couple of nice plays on defense to get herself out of some trouble. There was some pop-ups that she ran a long way to get. After both the first baseman and the catcher couldn't get there, she was up to the challenge. That's a strike. Runner takes off and steals second. What did she? I can't quite tell from here. That's strike 2. Now she goes for second. And the throw is going to get her. That time Sophie Cartwright nails the runner. She is out of there. Tried to steal second and paid the price. Sophie Cartwright with a cannon, able to gun her down. 2 gone now, and 2 strikes on the batter. So a chance here for Coakley to finish off as Shea at the shortstop, and she makes the play. Miranda Knowles, sorry, making the play at short to secure the third out. And at the end of one, it's a 3-1 score. 1 in the play in the books. So far, it's Exuma trailing. We got a lot more softball to go. Stay with us. More action in a few. And we return here to live action. Welcome back, everybody. 3-1 our score, top of the second inning. As Long Island back at the plate. That one's driven to the outside. And nobody can come up with it. The throw to first base going to be not in time. Not in time. And Long Island picking up right where they left off. Getting the leadoff runner on board. She thought she was out, I guess. I don't know. They're going to bring a pinch runner in. That's interesting. So they're going to bring in Althea Konstantakis. That's a mouthful. To pitch in this situation. All right, to pinch run, I should say. And already some early troubles here for Grace Shea to start the top of the second. Thomas Sayers, the manager for Exuma, wants some clarity on what just took place. That's a strike. As into the batter's box now. It's Kimberly Cartwright. Takes a big cut. Now 0-2. And the umpire Claire making again. That's a ball down low. Here's a good look at your pitcher for Exuma, Grace Shea. Trying to contain the damage here. Her team trails 3-1. Still very much in this ball game. It's only the top of the second. The last thing you want to do is start giving up a ton of runs here and have to really dig yourself back into it. Or rather dig yourself out of it, I guess. Oh, swing on one way out of the strike zone for strike 3. That's a ball. And this is the second at bat here for Miranda Knowles. Runner at first base. A 3-run score, top of the second inning. Long Island looking to add to their tally. They're up by a couple here in this top half of the second. And Knowles will take it for a ball. 2-0. Knowles playing shortstop today for Long Island. Has been playing stellar defense. Now looking to add some offense to that. 3-0. Okay, that looks like ball 4 instead. I thought it was 3-0. It's ball 4. And so they're at first and second now, one gone. And here's Sienna Fox. So Sienna Fox will come to the plate with a couple of runners in front of her. You see Grace Shea just trying to navigate her way through some issues here in this top half of the inning. Shea gets the batter out front and pops it foul.
Please, let's go operate today so we can get, we don't have to leave it to o'clock in the morning.
So one strike very quickly on Sienna Fox. Shea waiting to get the, she goes quickly into her motion there. That one's into the left field area. Shortstop drifting back and makes the catch. Just at the edge of the outfield there, making the catch for the out. 2 away now. Brings up Kashana Coakley. So they've got the first 2 runners on base, but since then unable to push them across. Let's see if Coakley can get it done. Struck out her last time up, looking. Not wasting any time, swings at the first pitch and fouls it out of play. So Coakley, who is also the pitcher today for this Exuma team, for Long Island, not wanting to leave it to chance. She struck out looking the last time up, didn't like the call, but it was what it was. So perhaps looking to be a little bit more aggressive, fouls that one back. 2 strikes on her. She's coming up there hacking. She says, if I'm going to get out, it's going to be swinging my bat. Nothing in 2. Shea with the pitch. And again, foul straight back by Coakley. So the count remains nothing in 2 now. Runners on first and second, and 2 away for Long Island. Exuma would like to not give up any more runs here. And take strike 3 again, Coakley. So that pitch gets her again, the same time, the same one that struck her out last time. She took it again for strike 3. And they leave a couple stranded. The score remains 3-1. 3-1. We'll go to the bottom half of the second inning, with Long Island trying to get their way back. trailing by 2. Lots of softball still to play. Not much breeze blowing at the moment. The trees are still out here at the park, but that has not deterred the fans from coming out in abundance. Well, once night falls, it really gets crowded out here. Last night, we left the ballpark at about midnight, and there were still fans out here. They still had one more game to play, and nobody was going home. They've been waiting for softball for a while, so they were not ready to give up on it. Looking at the temperature right now for ballpark, it says 89 degrees. Degrees is the current temperature on the thermostat. Thermometer, sorry. Thermostat is you can adjust. So on the thermometer, 89 degrees. The heat index feels like 100. Yeah, I can attest to that. So Coakley comes back to the mound, nursing a 3-1 lead, and she'll face off against this Exuma batting order. And here is Latira Brown, also known as TD for Exuma. Latira can hit a little bit. She can generate some power, so I imagine the outfielders will make an adjustment. I think that's what Sophie's telling her pitcher right now. Hey, don't give her anything across the plate that she can really put a charge into. Now, TD used to be kind of fast one time ago. Not in recent history. I mean, that was probably about, you know what, I'm not even going to say that. Let's just say she was a little more svelte. Still a pretty good player. She'll take ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Now 2-0. And she bounces that one in there. 2-0 count coming up to Latira Brown. That's going to be a strike. That's consistently been a strike all day long. 2-1 now. Pitchers have been making a living down in the bottom half of the strike zone. Pops it up to the left side. Left field is charging in, but it's going to get foul for strike number 2. Tell you what, man, that's some good hustle there by Miranda Knowles, the shortstop. Something to be said about youth. Two balls, 2 strikes here to Brown. Misses high for a ball. 3-2 now. Bottom of the second inning with Brown leading off. They want some base runners here. And a 3-2 pitch coming up. Out to left field. The shortstop coming in. And they collide. No communication out there. Shortstop got to it. Left fielder was there as well. Brown struggling to get to the feet, but she's going to end up at third. And so no communication there between the shortstop and the left fielder. That is actually the outfielder's ball if they're coming into the play. Knowles got to it. And that's what they're discussing right now. But somebody's got to say something. They got to talk out there. That's why that ball ended up hitting the floor. They both got there simultaneously. Ball was actually knocked out of Knowles' glove as they collided. So now they got a runner on third, sorry. As Brown ends up on third after the error. Here's Edrika McLean taking ball 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's strike 1. Count runs even. One ball, 2 strikes. Umpires breaking out the fresh gear. Ground ball to the shortstop. Miranda pulls up firing, and Felice Major can't handle the throw. Brown will score. Now 3-2. Still nobody out now. And there's Brown headed back into the dugout after scoring the run. Exuma now within 1. Nobody out still. The runner at first. And a timeout now called by Long Island. They want to talk things over. Conference at the mound now for Long Island as they try to settle down defensively. Nobody out. 3-2 game. Bottom of the second. Thought it was a catchable ball from the shortstop to Felice Major, but she couldn't come up with it. And so it remains nobody out here in the inning. I mean, talk about an entirely new gear. Everything new. Tags on everything. Shows butt. That's in there for a strike. Crystal Taylor at the plate. Crystal, an umpire herself. Playing though for Exuma. Pops it up into the air. Sophie over to make the catch for the out. So Crystal will pop up to the catcher for out number 1. Crystal's dad, Rat Taylor. Pretty good pitcher back in the day, baseball. And that'll bring up Yvette Munnings here, the left fielder, for her first at bat. That's in for a ball. And the runner wisely holds up at first. They've already lost one runner trying to steal on the arm of Sophie Cartwright. One out here in the bottom of the second. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's strike 2. Throw down to second. Gets away. They can't hold on to it. So a stolen base. Safe at second. Close play though. Shortstop couldn't hold on to it. Ball and 2 strikes to the hitter. Munnings pops it into the air and out of play. One and 2, says the umpire. And here's Yvette Munnings trying to stay alive in the batter's box. Coakley looks in. Now ready to deal. And she just does catch a piece of it. Good pitch made by Coakley, and see Munnings just able to fight it off. 1-2 pitch coming in. Skips that in for a ball. Got the runner in no man's land. Nobody's covering the base, so they're not going to throw behind her. She had a tremendous jump off the back there. Two balls, two strikes here to Munnings. Grounder over to third base. They got the runner coming in, and she's going to get right into the tag for the second out. Did not have to go. Ground ball. She could have stayed right there and make them have to throw it across the diamond, but she was moving on contact. Easy out. Two gone now. Inexperience coming into play there. She's a young player, probably not too familiar with the rules of the game. Thought she had to run. There was no force play in effect, so she erases herself pretty much. Good heads-up play by the third baseman to understand it and tag the runner out. So upsets Zena Williams. That's a ball. And they got the runner again, taking these tremendous jumps off the bag. She said, listen, if she throws it down the first, I'm going to just keep going. Grounder, third baseman, foul. 1 ball, 1 strike here. The count is 1-1. Hard hit. Shortstop bobbles it. Throw for first base. And they get her. Felice Major with the stretch. You guys couldn't see it on your screens, but that was a heck of a throw. I didn't think they had a chance, but able to reach out and grab it, and that was the third out. So they don't score a run. The score is 3-2. Well, they do score a run as Brown comes in, but Long Island holds on to a 1-run lead. We have come to the end of 2. Third inning just around the corner. We'll have it for you on the other side. And we are back here to live action, going now to the top of the third inning. Sophie Cartwright back at the plate here. 3-2 game, Long Island. And it's Cartwright, who popped up to the pitcher the last time up, takes a strike here. One ball, 1 strike to Cartwright. Hits it hard. And a collision between the second baseman and the shortstop, but she holds on to it. So two very unproductive at-bats there for Sophie Cartwright, who's normally a good hitter. But sometimes she does have a tendency to do just that, pop up. Just trying to do too much. Good effort, though, by the infield for Exuma to not let that ball drop. And timeout call by Thomas Sayers, the manager, wants to make sure these ladies are talking out there on the infield. That could have been disastrous. Just after the 1 o'clock hour, 3-2 ball game here in the top of the third. And speaking of the third, this is our third game here at the Bankers Field for the softball segment today. Felice Major swinging at one up above the head. Now, Felice, you a coach. How you going to explain that to your players a little bit later on? You say, swing at strikes. But, Coach, I saw you swing at one over the head. That time she gets something to drive into left field, over the hands and over the head of the left fielder. Major's going to scamper on down to second base with a double. Boy, Latira Brown out there, and she's normally a pretty good outfielder. Misplayed that one. Instead of being out number two, it ends up being a base hit for Felice Major. At least I think they'll score a base hit. I'm not sure. Here's Brianne Knowles, and she drives one to left field. This time Brown running in, and she gets it, drops it again. Felice Major hustling down to third. And my apologies to Brown. That's not Brown in the outfield. There's Brown on third base, playing third base. I don't know who that is in left field for Exuma, but they're going to have to maybe think about moving her around. That's Yvette Munnings, who's now dropped 2 in a row. Here's Zena Williams. She looked like she was going to try out that left field area as well. Why not? So what should have been, should have been 3 outs already. Instead, 2 errors later, and we have runners on board, 2 players on base. And Zena pops it up. First baseman comes over to make the catch for the second out. So a lot of balls in the air. Some of them have landed, and some haven't. So that'll bring up another hitter here for Long Island. Still trying to get a run here. Swing and a miss for Mavis Delancey, who's looking for her first hit of this ball game. Shea just trying to pitch her way out of a jam here. That's going to be a bouncer up the middle, and they can't field it. A run will score. Boy, a lot of misplays on the infield here and the outfield for Exuma here in this top of the third. And that allows a run to score. I think a run scored. So I'll look to see if that's Felice Major over there at first. So Major scored, and so it's now 4-2 in favor of Long Island. And they're going to bring in Chrysantha Fox to hit in this situation. So Chrysantha Fox will come in to pinch hit, as Long Island looks to take advantage of the situation here. Runners are on the corners, first and third, 2 gone. And if Exuma goes on to lose this game, they'll probably look back at this very inning right now. Had a chance to get out of it without giving up a run. And instead, a couple of errors, 3 errors to be exact, and they've now given up 1 run and potentially more. Grace Shea pitching as Chrysanthia takes strike 1. Fox pinch hitting here in this situation. Ball in the dirt. 1-1. Run at first base staying put. They're on the corners, 2 away. And that too is a ball, 2-1 here. So Shea trying to perhaps be a little too fine with the pitches. Perhaps unfamiliar with Fox, doesn't want to. And that fouls it back into the hands of the catcher for the out. So an unceremonious at bat as Chrysanthia Fox pops up to the catcher to record the 3rd out. And they threaten, they get 1 across, but they'll leave a couple stranded. We will move to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Our score 4-2. Long Island up by 2 over Exuma. And it looks like standing by the wings to play next. I see the Eleuthera men trying to stay cool in the shade ahead of their game. I'm not sure. I think they play the Exuma men coming up. That would be a pretty good one if indeed it is the case. Can't tell from here, but I do see, no, I think Exuma plays tonight against Grand Bahamas, so I doubt they'll play right now as well. But I do see the Eleuthera men waiting in the wings. And a couple of defensive changes now for Long Island. Looks like Coakley's going to vacate the mound. She's going to go to second base. And a new pitcher comes in. This is a twin sister of Miranda Knowles. So you're not seeing double. Miranda's still over there at shortstop, but now her twin sister into the game as a pitcher. Three of the Knowles sisters playing in this contest now for Long Island. So now with the change being made, so we'll try to sort it out. The umpires are certainly trying to figure it out. Not sure what's happening at this point. And I think this would be Dorinda Knowles who would be coming in. The twin sister of Miranda Knowles. Somebody goes scampering back into the dugout. Maybe the wrong glove. Yep, there she comes. Well, she goes and puts on her visor. That's what it is. Meanwhile, players come to a halt here in the bottom of the 3rd. There's Exuma waiting to bat. And we're getting ready for the bottom of the third inning now. Clock is ticking. I think it's still. Did they take it? They stop the clock in this situation? Nope, the clock's still running. So this works in the favor of Long Island here. If you're, the longer this clock ticks away, the more time runs off of it. So if I'm Exuma here, I'm kind of, hey, let's get this thing sorted. We got a ball game to play. We're the ones that are behind. And now you can see Spurgeon Johnson, the base umpire, maybe going over saying just that. Well, there's still a lot of confusion apparently. I'm not sure what's happening right now. Apparently there was an issue with substitutions. And let's see Long Island team coming back off the field. Not clear as to what's going on here. I think the issue was that was with the last pinch hitter. Dorinda Knowles. So Dorinda Knowles. So that's what the issue was. So Fox batted for Kimberly. Kimberly now comes back into the game. So there was a re-entry situation. Meanwhile, Dorinda Knowles comes into the game as your new pitcher. A lot of back and forth stuff going on, but they're getting it sorted out. $20 minutes still on the clock. They put 2 minutes back on for the delay. But it's ground to a halt here in the bottom of the third inning. Why, if you're just joining us, you missed a pretty good one earlier. Grand Bahama up against the team from Bahamas. They were from Michael, sorry. They they were two absolute bombs of a home run for the Grand Bahama hitters. I mean, they not only left this ballpark, they landed over on the soccer field. And they came from a young man by the name of Quentin Roll, who was playing third base for Grand Bahama at the time. Well, he absolutely, they were no doubters off the bat. Outfielders didn't even move. They just kind of turned their heads to see just how far they would land. Grand Bahama would eventually go on to win by a score of 12-2. So we're still, I don't know, they're still trying to clear something up over there. We apologize for the long delay here, but Thomas Sayers now comes out. He wants to know what's going on. Now here comes Spurgeon Johnson, the base umpire, going over as well. And the manager for Long Island now makes a trot over. So they're still trying to figure out what just took place with the substitutions or lack thereof. I don't know. You're muddling through it. trying to make sure everything is in order here. Exuma wants to make sure they're not being shortchanged. They're only down by 2 runs here in the bottom of the third. Tell you what, they've already used up the 2 minutes extra they got. Just trying to figure this thing out. But this will happen sometimes in a tournament situation. We've been blessed to this stage not to really have too many incidences like this. We've had smooth play for the most part. Meanwhile, the hot sun continues to beam down. A long, long pause, and now it looks as if something's being sorted out. Sophie Cartwright headed back to what the and now it looks as if we got everything together. Let's hope so. So yeah, we're good to go. So Dorinda Knowles now on the mound. And we are set to resume play. And now the umpire says, hold on. That's the last thing we want to do. Hold on again. So here's Nishka Curling once again. Swings out the first pitch, strike 1. So Dorinda Knowles comes in firing. The tapper rolls foul, and now quickly 2 strikes. Nothing in 2 the count to Curling. Facing off against the new pitcher, Dorinda Knowles here. And she fouls it away to stay alive. Grounder. Third baseman gobbles it up, throws it over the first base in time for the out. So 1 up, 1 down for Exuma as Dorinda Knowles comes in getting the job done so far. As Curling goes down. And here's Petra Poitier coming up. Down low, ball 1. That's a strike. One ball, 1 strike to Poitier here. Up high, 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. That's down in the dirt, 3-1 here. So Petra Poitier trying to become a base runner here for Exuma. They trail by 2. Dorinda Knowles trying to avoid that. Here's the 3. That is in there for a strike. Pointer was taken all the way right down Broadway. Count runs full here. 3-2. Here's the pitch. Strike three, got a licking. Three-two pitch, took it looking for strike three, and that's 2 away. Dorinda Knowles, and shaking her head there, but that again has been a strike all tournament long, really. They've been calling that outside portion of the plate. These hitters have got to sooner or later make the adjustment, or they'll continue to have that look on their faces after they strike out. So here comes Samantha Ferguson now, batting for April Dean. With 2 gone. And she'll face off against Dorinda Knowles here. That's a ball inside to start things off. 2 up, 2 down so far for Exuma. There's Dorinda looking in, fires it in. Ball 2. Cartwright holding the glove. They're trying to induce the strike call, but the umpire says maybe the next one. That's a strike for sure. 2-1. Two and one now to Samantha Ferguson. Swings, big swing. She spun herself around, but couldn't make contact. 2 strikes. 2-2. 2-2. Missing down and low. 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes to Samantha Ferguson as Dorinda Knowles tries to clear the decks. And she fouls that one away to stay alive. And that time, recognizing that was that area where the umpire likes to call that strike, just reach out and touch it. Make contact, foul it away. Three and 2 is our count here. Facing off Samantha Ferguson with 2 away. And Exuma trying to keep this bottom half of the inning alive. Does not chase, and that'll be ball 4. So Samantha Ferguson draws the walk, and here comes Grace Shea. Grace Shea, the pitcher for Exuma, will get an at-bat here. I think they're going to put a pinch runner on base for Ferguson, maybe doing a re-entry. Again, we've had some long delays here trying to figure stuff out, makes the substitutions. And now here comes coaching staff here. I don't know what they're trying to. So I think they want to do a re-entry here, and they want to figure out if it's possible. Now the starter can come back into the game. The starter can come back into the game here if they want to bring her in. And so they will do that. They'll make the re-entry. Getting some more speed on the base pads. And now it'll be up to Shea Fox. Grace Shea, sorry. Dorinda Knowles facing off against her pitching counterpart. Pops it up, swinging. And Cartwright gives it a look, but it's going to get back out of play. And Dorinda with that big knee brace on has a slight knee injury, which is why she's playing in a reserve role. Sister Miranda has been playing an excellent shortstop. Two twins. We have another sister, Brianne Knowles, who's out there in center field. There's a good look at her. All three of them sporting the red strawberry blonde look, I guess you'd say. That's a big strike. 2 on her now. Blew that one right past her. Runner still at first base. And now 2 strikes against Shea. She's going to have to be very careful now. Here's the 2-strike pitch. And she swings right through it. And they're going to tag her out. That's 3. So Shea didn't realize that she could still run with 2 out. Gave herself up, and that'll do it. At the end of 3, Long Island up 4-2. Let's take a moment and we'll come back. The action continues in just a few moments. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, you only hear me talking all this time, right there. Yeah, they give the game over. All right. That was I'd say what? That was a controversial ending. They give the game to Exuma because Long Island used a legal player. Y'all trying to make me walk down here again? Jesus Christ. This is the last game for the day until this afternoon. Okay. All right, give me a second. So here at the field now, we just saw a strange ending to the ball game. Long Island was up in the bottom of the third, 4-2, and then we saw a long break. There was a lot of discussion taking place. During that discussion, apparently, Exuma protesting one of the players on the field for Long Island. During the discussion, the protest committee comes on the field. The game was since awarded to Exuma by use of an illegal player, apparently, for Long Island. I'm here with Felice Major, who is one of the player coaches for this Long Island team. Felice, what was told to you by the officials?
Basically, they're saying that one of our players, Ali Roberts, is an illegal player, and since the other team protested it, they award them the game, and then we have to now further follow up and go behind with it. Just giving a little background. When you prepare your rosters for this, they ask you for a player form where you say where you're from, who's from, where you've been living. They decided they weren't using it anymore. They accepted all the rosters for the teams. They accepted the rosters. We all got our accreditation badges. As far as we're concerned, everyone's out here to play. Everybody's approved. Here it is. We had this dispute the other night, and now we're having it again, and it's only coming down to when it's games getting win or loss. And if you look around at all these teams, this is a softball family. The Bahamas love softball. You have players on these teams from all different islands. Because if I want to play with my boys, I can play with my boys. I want to play with my girls, I'll play with my girls. And that's all what's happening right here, because this Bahamas Game Secretariat fell through on those player forms and basically gave everybody permission to play on the rosters. Everybody came here just ready to play with the team that they had. But, of course, you have the power to protest, and that's what just happened. It's unfortunate. We'll see what happens. We're not going to go and nitpick at every team. I can look at the teams right now and tell you players from different islands, but who am I to go and do that? Let's play. But here we are, Marcellus. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks again, Felice. And then, again, good luck the rest of the way. You guys aren't out of it by any stretch of the imagination. You'll be able to, I'm sure, bounce back.
Yes, thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right, so that's Felice Major. And again, you heard the explanation. An illegal player being used by the squad from Long Island. They were protested by Exuma. This is ironic because these two teams had an issue in the first night of play on the men's side with Exuma being protested by Long Island for using Eddie the Heat Bethel, whom they said was not a legal player for them. So, again, there seems to be a little rivalry, and that is a long-standing rivalry between the island of Exuma and Long Island. These two rivalries go back in sailing as well, and so we'll see how this all plays out as this tournament continues. Meanwhile, though, we are wrapping up our morning segment, our early morning session of play here at the Bankers Field. We thank you for joining us. We'll be right back again this afternoon as softball activities continue right here on the network. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, he must. This thing up from Garfield, that was playing for Long Island. His brother played for Exuma last night. All right. See Swanson. Right down there. And we welcome back our viewers here to the Bankers Field. Softball underway. Long Island Sheep Runners on the field going up against Grand Bahama in men's play. That's Pedro Marcelo on the mound. Gave up a leadoff double to Angelo Watson, but has since struck out Michael Sweeting, and now Desmond Russell stepping into the batter's box. Good afternoon and, well, good morning still. heat has me delirious. 2 strikes now. Quick high fastball. And Pedro settling in after, again, giving up that quick hit. First pitch swinging, really, by Angelo Watson. And I think that might have caught Pedro by surprise. Tried to groove one in there, and Watson was all over it. So quick 2 strikes to Desmond Russell, and good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Head on back to the dugout, sir. And Desmond's arguing. I think he wants to say he touched it. I didn't see it. I think he said I might have foul tipped it. He should want another swing, but the way he's looked on those other 2 swings, I would just say, you know what, I'm going to regroup and come back next at bat.
So that's it is a strikeout.
So 2 quick strikeouts now for Pedro Marcelo, trying to go up against the cleanup hitter now, Quinton Roll. Goes to the riser, misses high, ball 1. You got to be careful of anything getting past the catcher here, because Angelo Watson's got some good speed. Here he is on second base now. First base runner for Grand Bahama here in this matchup. Pedro Marcelo, longtime veteran. And that's taken for a ball. Oh, no, they gave him a strike.
I was going to say that looked
it
pretty
looked good to
from
me,
this
but
angle.
the umpire took his time making the call there. Andrew Burrows behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes. And did he go?
Yeah,
yes, sir, he did.
did.
2 strikes on him. Tried to hold up. The umpire says broke the plane. Now 2 quick strikes here. Pedro wants to know the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes is what it is, Pedro. Good afternoon and good night. Oh, catcher can't hold on to it.
And
I told you Watson can score.
For Grand Bahama.
I told you Watson's got some speed. Don't let it get past the catcher. He will take advantage of it. So apparently that was not 3 strikes. So it's now 1 and 2. But because I was wondering why he would have still been able to score. But yeah, that's what happens when you got speed on the base pads. There's pressure on the catcher to make the play. Pedro's asking for the count again. But very quickly, Grand Bahama taking advantage of some miscues by the catcher, and they are now up by a run. And right now, Pedro's wishing for his longtime veteran catcher, Chester Fox, who's been his catcher for a long time. But Chester says, I don't have the knees anymore. I'm not trying to get out there.
So Rule is still in the box for Grand Bahama.
And that's strike 3, so he gets him out of there.
Got him on that one. So
but 1 strike too late, really. He had 3 strikeouts. He does strike out at the side, but they're not before they give up a run. Angelo Watson led off with a double, comes around on a couple of wild pitches and scores. And just like that, Grand Bahama up 1-0. We'll move to the bottom of the first in just a few, but let's quickly give you the lineups now for that Long Island team they just saw on the field. Pedro Marcelo on the mound behind the plate, Nicholas Cartwright, and over at first base, Jeter Miller. Playing second base this afternoon, Doral Wells, and the rest of the infield looking like this. Carlos Pratt will be, actually the third baseman is Shannon Cartwright. Over at short, Carlos Pratt. And we move to the outfield and left to right. Garfield Bethel in left. In center field this morning, Isaac Fox. And in right field, Kevano Cartwright. And that's your top lineup there for Long Island. Grand Bahama now takes the field with Quentin Cooper on the mound. And behind the plate will be Quentin Roll, whom we just saw strike out. Larry Russell over at first base. Second baseman Louis Shannon. And over at shortstop, third base, Michael Sweeting. Shortstop this afternoon. Keep saying afternoon, maybe I'm projecting. Desmond Russell playing short. Over in the outfield now. Left field to right field. Got Angelo Watson in left. Center fielder is Mikael Bethel. And over in right field, Teran Roll. So they will try to do something here.
Given the heat, I can see why you keep saying afternoon. This is
definitely noon. If this is just the morning, I mean, God help us.
It's been happening out there, so it feels like the afternoon is definitely.
God help us all, right? I mean, if this is the morning heat, by 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, man, it'll be
a scorcher.
Yeah, and it will definitely not be something you want to be out in.
But interesting enough, a lot of fans have already began to make their way to the park to watch the first game. We just saw Grand Bahama family taking on the Exuma Navigators. Grand Bahama coming out on top in that one, which was a good game. Getting the mercy rule in the third inning, 15-5 in favor of Grand Bahama. So they're now 2-0 on the women's side of things. And now we head into men's fast pitch. Grand Bahama taking on Long Island Sheep Runners. And this is gearing up to be an exciting one. Grand Bahama scoring 1 in the top of the first. And Long Island will now get their chance at the bat. Let's see what happens.
It'll be Ian Wells leading things off, followed by Isaac Fox leading off, followed by Darrell Wells and Garfield Bethel. First 3 hitters now for Long Island. Should anybody get on, Keanu Cartwright in the hole. Current temperature 89 degrees is what it's telling me. Feels like 100, and that's literally what it says. It says feels like 100, and I think they may be accurate.
So if you're watching us from the stream, you're watching from a pretty good position. And for those of you that are in the stands, they are under some shade. So
yeah, we appreciate you, and we admire your fortitude.
Absolutely. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're pulling for.
First pitch to Isaac Fox is a ball, and it's now 1-0. Quentin Cooper trying to find the release point. That one low as well, 2-0. Good hitters count here, although I would imagine he's trying to get a feel for what pitcher for Grand Bahama has to offer. He hasn't come close with any of these pitches, 3-0. Still kind of feeling it out. You can see right there, trying to get his footing correct on that mound, on the rubber. 3 balls, no strikes.
They had a lot of guys out here earlier working on the field on making sure that it was ready for these games today. They were out here early, about 6 o'clock in the morning, and getting things done for this field. And there's the strike. No.
Oh, wow, the umpire does not give him the call. That's ball 4. Crowd letting him know that they thought that should have been strike 1.
Okay, well, he will go to base on balls. Isaac Fox over at first.
Leadoff man on board. That's what you want here if you're Long Island. Darrell Wells now back up to the plate, trying to see if he can advance the runner. And he takes ball 1 away. Oh, now the umpire again says, he says, no, I think that's a strike. So strike 1.
He said.
And here's the 0-1 pitch now. That one a little further outside, and umpire this time says that's a ball, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Darrell Wells. And here's the pitch. Swings at it, comes up empty on the drop ball, and now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Tipped that one off. Wasn't sure if he was going to swing at that one.
Yeah, a little late swing there for real. Almost in the catcher's glove by the time he decided to take a whack at it. Looked like it should have been a better ball anyway. 1 ball, 2 strikes, though, is the count against Wells. Isaac Fox over at first. We're just underway, bottom of the first inning. 1-0 game. Grand Bahama up by 1. Here's the 1-2. Fouls it away and stays alive. Just did get a piece of it.
Looks like if the pitch can come inside, he's definitely going to put it somewhere on the field. And Quentin pitching him on the outside. And he manages to stay alive by just putting his bat on it. The pitch. That one lifted high.
Pops it up, and that's going to get out of play down the third baseline. Count stays 1-2 here.
So he's definitely making sure, put some throws on the pitcher.
Yeah. If nothing else, make him work a little bit this sun. I got to be out here. You're going to stay out here, too. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That one fouled
and again,
off
fouls it away. So a good at bat here. Pesky hitter Darrell Wells refusing to go down quietly. One ball, 2 strikes count to Wells. Here comes the pitch from Cooper. And again, fouling it away. Proving to be a troublesome hitter here. And no matter what happens here, goes back to the dugout. They got to say, job well done. You did great out there. made the pitcher work. Quality at bat.
Absolutely.
1-2, he'll try again.
That one.
And again, fouls it away.
This is a great second batter. He's going to put them throws on the pitcher, making him work.
Good hand-eye coordination. You know what? When I used to pitch baseball, a guy keep fouling away pitches like that. I just hit him. You know what?
Just get to the base.
You know what? You got the base, but you're gonna pay for it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Trying to change
outside.
up way outside. Count runs to 2-2. So Cooper tried a little trickery, and he might have had him because he saw him flinch in the batter's box, but it's so far away that he could see there was a ball right out the pitcher's hands. 2-2 now. As Wells continues to battle in the batter's box.
That
time he gets something to put some wood on, and again fouls it away. But he's starting to see him now. He's seen a lot of pitches. I think he's seen everything that Cooper has to offer.
So Quinton has to be strategic in how he pitches to Wells. This guy has good hand-eye coordination here.
2-2. A 10-pitch at bat so far. He's made him work. Cooper misses. Did we miss one somewhere? I thought it was 2-2. We must have missed one. Vice ball 4. He works his way on base here.
Well, he definitely
really good at bat then. All right.
He threw the pitch a lot.
Wow. So making 12 pitches he must have seen, and he works his way on base with a walk. They're on first and second with nobody out. And here's a dangerous hitter. You miss with Garfield Bethel. You could see this ball go quite a distance now. National team catcher today playing the outfield. He swings at the first pitch.
Russell with the first base tag, and that'll be 2.
Wow.
Great play by Desmond Russell over there on third base.
So way to mess me up, Garfield. I give you all the props, and you hit into a double play. Sharp one hopper. That's a third baseman's dream right there. Sunday hop, touch the bag and go over. So Cooper grateful. Just like that, they erased the threat. 2 outs, and now you can get out of the inning without any damage. And here's the cleanup man, Keno Cartwright.
That was Russell over there on shortstop, so he ran over and
got
that one to be able to tag the third base bag and throw it over the first.
Still got to throw it plenty of time, too, to still throw out Garfield, who's actually a pretty good runner. Boy, swing and a miss at a high fastball. Cooper now starting to feel himself a little bit. And how big would this be for Grand Bahama if you're from momentum side of things?
A great stop to stop some runs from coming in for Long Island. So
we're speaking oh boy.
Did he call it?
Did not call it.
The fans are definitely in the stadium.
They wanted it. Yeah, the fans wanted it. The fans were like, man, we want to see you do the strike 3 dance. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That one hit
over
to the first base.
Gets a little chopper to the first base.
Russell.
And just in time to get the out. So Long Island gets a couple of runners on base, but they strand them all. And they'll have to go back onto the field and play some defense here. We will move to the top of the second. It's Grand Bahama up 1-0 against the Sheep Runners of Long Island. All right, quickly right back to the action now. Top of the second inning. Pedro Marcelo back on the mound. His team down 1-0 early on.
Russell was able to get 3 strikes, 1-2-3 inning in that first, and now we have Larry Russell batting cleanup for our 5th for Grand Bahama. Larry Russell, also very seasoned player, brother of Desmond Russell, who made that stop over there during the last inning.
Yep, Russell.
Let's see what he's able to do.
The Russell brothers, well known around Grand Bahama for baseball. 3-0 now is the count. 3-0. Pedro Marcelo. Now he pours that one right across the heart, and Russell taking all the way. I would say that's good hitting, but I've seen people swing 3-0 these days. There seems to be no. Well, he looked bad on that fastball.
Definitely.
3-2.
And you think about it, these guys haven't seen a fastball in quite some time. So you will see that as they are in the batter's box. You see them taking those swings at those high outside pitches.
Yes. And same pitch, same result.
Same result.
So he gets ahead in the count 3-0, but 3 quick strikes right after the other for Pedro, and sends him back to the dugout.
4 strikeouts for Marcelo now.
Yeah, 4 Ks. And those strange to the high strikeout numbers either. He's had games where he's had 10, 12 strikeouts. So it's been known to happen. Loves that riser. He finds that release point. It's going to be trouble for these hitters. There's Quentin Cooper, the pitcher, getting a chance to face off against his counterpart. And he does foul it back.
Off.
So at least he makes contact. That's been rare.
But that's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Like I said, most of these players haven't seen a fastball or played fast pitch in quite some time.
Yeah.
It's been a high lob, the slow pitch happening,
That's true,
especially in Grand Bahama. And so, it's interesting to see how this is going to play out. Aside from that, it's just been baseball.
Yeah. And the thing about it, there's a big difference between practice and live action, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You can, they say, hey, boy, that fastball running away is
getting a lot of them swinging on that. I guess it looks good from where they're
coming
standing.
out of the hand. Yeah, coming out of the hand. Looks like a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes, says the umpire. And down goes another. There's Marcelo. Sends another one back to the dugout. It's like a parade.
That perhaps will be the downfall of Grand Bahama, not being able to see the pitch of at such high velocity and speed for several years.
Well, and that one run in the top of the first now may come to be a big thing here.
Big thing for them.
Yeah, that may end up being it's still early, but.
You calling it?
Yeah. Listen, I played for Long Island in the last Bahamas games. I ain't going against my sheep runners.
That one's on the outside.
1-0.
Tehran Rule now steps into the batter's box for Grand Bahama.
And again, that fastball blew by you.
Good cut, but could not make contact.
1-1, 2 gone. And speaking of 2, that's 2 strikes on him now. Pedro's finding a rhythm.
I think he's just a little bit too late on these swings and not able to keep his head on the ball.
Try to go to the drop ball there, misses. Now, Pedro may want to stay away from that. Catcher doesn't seem to be able to handle those balls below the knees too much.
Yeah. Especially if there's runners on base, he shouldn't
yeah.
just keep it.
may want to stay away from that.
Which Grand Bahama hasn't been able to do this and get any runners on base. So
yeah, that's for sure.
2 strikeouts.
And if I'm Pedro, I'll just throw it straight because they haven't seen the capacity. There it is, right? So they haven't shown that they can hit it. So I don't think you need to trick them here.
Yeah. And that's a 1-2-3 inning for Long Island Sheep runners. And similar to the first inning for them, only 1 run was able to score. And so now we head to the bottom of the second to see what Long Island Sheep runners can do. Can they get on the scoreboard? And stepping to the batter's box for them will be Carlos Pratt, followed by Nicholas Cartwright and Jeter Miller.
So still trying to make some noise offensively is Long Island. They'll get a second chance at it as we go to the bottom half of the second inning. Pedro Marcelo's been dialed in. He's got the strikeout numbers adding up. In case you're just joining us, the only run in the ball game came in the top half of the first. Angelo Watson led off with a double. Advanced on a couple of pass balls and was able to score to make it a 1-0 game, which is where we stand. And the way this game is going, that one run may be huge. It'll be an unearned run, actually.
Yeah.
But either way, they still count. Whether it's unearned or not, it still counts on the score.
1 point up there.
Right.
We'll take it. Take that. But the players are definitely keeping hydrated. You see a lot of water and ice.
It is a must. Yeah, it is a must in this heat.
Interestingly enough, a lot of the places you go in New Providence, and they don't have any ice.
It's the way the heat is right now. There, ice is, I'm sure, in high demand. Which is why that ice making machine they have over at the stadium, I'm sure, is getting a lot of usage right about now.
A lot of action.
These games going on. You buy a bag of ice, drive up the road, and it's already melted.
Listen,
that's the way this heat has been.
Never thought of that right there. Hey, kudos to you.
Yeah, tip of the cap. They did well. Here we go. Bottom of the second. Cooper back on the mound. Trying to keep Long Island at bay. This is Carlos Pratt. Swings at the first pitch. Up the middle. The throw is going to be not in time. Second baseman did knock it down, but there was no way he was going to be able to get that ball and get the runner. Tried to throw it up to the shortstop. But this isn't baseball. We got 90 feet to make it throw. Softball is just 60 feet. If you don't get it right away, it ain't happening.
Well, Johnson diving to stop the ball on second base. But nothing happening with that play. So now Carlos Pratt was now on first.
And here's Nicholas Cartwright. Takes ball one. Cartwright, the big catcher today for Long Island. Looking to make this a productive out. With the run over at first base. Does not go, says the umpire, and that'll be 2-0. Trying to put it up in his face and see if he would chase it. Did not oblige. 2-0. Here's the pitch from Cooper. And he fouls it away. Got a good pitch to hit, just couldn't quite square it up.
Looked to be a lot of quite inside. Jammed him up a little bit.
Yeah, got it in on the hands.
You can certainly see the fatigue showing on.
Yeah, listen, this is, you know what? He almost looks like he should be panting, right? It's like 2-1. Here's the pitch. Inside, 3-1.
Well.
Get out of the way. And a quick 3-1 count here. Long Island trying to get something going offensively here in the bottom of the second. A runner already at first. And that's ball 4. So Long Island in business. Running at first and second, nobody out. But we've been here before.
See how things can change.
And how big, if they could go ahead here, I'm projecting a bit, but I think with the way Pedro's been pitching, that could hold up. You get these 2 runs in, you get a 1-run lead. It may be good enough, but again, you see the runner, right? You see him out there at second base. Like, whoo, hey, man.
It's different out here. It's
it is definitely different. It used to be 93 million miles away, the sun, but I think it's closer now.
I said it's closer to New Providence
it is.
than it is any other place in the world.
Strike one gets the outer edge from Cooper.
That's Jeter Miller.
This Jeter Miller, yeah.
In the box for Long Island Sheep Runners.
Wonder if he's named after Derek Jeter.
It sounds familiar.
And takes a big swing. They're going to throw behind the runner. And it goes away. Runner advances to third and is safe. Good heads-up base running. Throw got by. They tried to throw behind him. He had a big lead. Got away from the shortstop and now able to advance to third. They got him on the corners here.
Definitely good heads up running by Pratt there.
So now an opportunity for Jeter Miller. Just get bat on ball here. They should be able to score a run. Timeout called.
And those are the mistakes you don't want to make, because those are the things you pay for late in
Yes,
the game.
absolutely. Ivano Cartwright standing by on deck, and another timeout call. And now we're ready to go. Settling back into the batter's box is Miller. Here's the 0-1.
That one outside. He almost went on that one.
Yeah, he did. And you can tell he's just anxious. Anything close, he's going to swing. He's going to let the hands go. 1-1. Cooper, you just got to be careful where you put it. 1-1 pitch coming in from Cooper.
That's
driven.
To.
And boy, what a nice play.
Was it to shortstop? It was quick.
Third baseman snagged it out of the air in the line drive.
Okay.
Well hit, but right at him. And scooping it up and making the play. Michael Sweeting
over there. Good glove.
So now one gone. And here is they're going to send the runner down to second. And a foul ball. So they're trying to get rid of the double play situation. They were sending the runner. With the bunt. Let's see if they keep it on. Third baseman's got to stay put. Pitcher will have to feel it on that side. If you can put it on the third base side, you're in good shape. That's in there for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's Cooper.
Swing, and that one's hit high.
Up and out of play.
Out of play.
So they got the first 2 runners on base.
And this can be a big inning for Long Island if they're able to get those runs in.
Yeah. Got them on the corners here, first and third. 1 out. 1 out on the line drive. Way outside.
As well.
Tried to get him to go fishing a little bit. But the hitter not biting. Here's a good look at your runner on third base. For Long Island, that's Carlos Pratt. Cooper will reset.
Cooper telling his catcher, you want to go
You
left,
want
you
it,
go
you want
inside,
it
outside.
You want it outside? What's happening here? Andrew Burroughs comes out, said, look, I need you to speed this thing up. It's hot out here. I got on this black umpire shirt.
You see by the hand movement, he's
right.
Rolling
he said,
along.
Let's go. Let's keep the pace going. I ain't got time to be out here all day. And having called a lot of games with Andrew, I can tell you that's exactly what he's telling him right now. Let's get this. Oh boy, that's what he said right now. Oh boy, I need you to speed this game up. Playing on time.
He's going to have some words with the catcher. They're going to try something here on this play.
Runners on the corners. Here in the bottom of the second inning. Fielders took that opportunity to maybe go out and get some water.
Get something to drink there. Okay, we're going to break. Okay.
Never seen that, a water break in the middle of the game.
It's happening now. It's going to happen now.
These are unusual times, right? Exactly. 2-2. Here's the pitch from Cooper.
That one on
and
the
he
outside.
gets him.
Strike 3 looking. Likes this outside pitch.
Yeah, yes, sir.
He's going to call that. I wouldn't take that if I was the batter.
Yeah, you got to ride the plate that situation and just try to foul it off. Stick a bat out. Get a piece of it. The umpires have been calling that outside corner consistently in the game before this and in this one so far. So you got to be aware of that as your hitter. Make the adjustments. 2 outs now, and Long Island now in jeopardy of squandering yet another couple of base runners. They got the first 2 on, like the same thing they did in the first inning, and now it's going to be up to the next batter to try and get a base hit here. This is Shannon Cartwright.
This is a high-stake pitch for Quentin Cooper. Let's see what he does. The pitch, that one low in the dirt.
So Shannon Cartwright at the plate, not to be confused with Shannon Dawn Cartwright. That's
a lot of Cartwrights on Long Island today. Well, about 3
they
Cartwrights
got a whole
over
settlement
there.
called Cartwrights, actually. So that tells you. not out of the. And that's a strike.
It's a good pitch right there.
Yeah, they got an entire settlement called Cartwrights in Long Island. So there's one called Miller's, one called Majors, Mortimer's. So don't be surprised if you see
that one fouled off, out of play.
Straight back and out of play there. 2 strikes on him. So
Cooper,
a chance here to, Cooper's got a chance here to get out of this inning without giving up a run. And how long will Long Island be able to get away with not being able to score here? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cooper trying to pitch his way out of a jam. And he does.
Got him. I would not have taken that pitch.
Yeah,
it was too good from the minute it left his
right, at what point do you start to recognize, those are going to be strikes in this game and start letting your hands go? You got to swing. You can't hit it if you don't swing. That's for sure.
That's a strikeout there for Quentin Cooper to give Grand Bahama another opportunity to get some points on the board, and that was a blown inning for Long Island.
Again.
2 runners on base, not able to capitalize on it. But that'll take us to the top of the 3rd here at Bankers Field. Grand Bahama taking on Long Island. We'll be back. Marcellus, Ramiko, stay tuned.
And back now, top of the 3rd inning coming up. Pedro Marcelo has been doing everything he can to keep this a 1-run game. He's got about 5 strikeouts so far. Struck out the side. Actually, 6 strikeouts. But he struck out top 3 batters in the first, and now 3 more in the second. Let's see if he can do it again in the 3rd.
Grand Bahama has been having a tough time making contact. So Marcelo has been having a great day at the mound with 6 strikeouts now in the top of the 3rd.
And at the plate now is Lou Johnson. Lou looked like he tried to get hit by that. Did you see that? He put the leg in.
Doesn't look like he wants to put the bat on the ball.
Right.
He's just there to.
He's like, please just throw me 4. That's strike 1.
Maybe he's the kind of batter that takes the first one and
maybe take the first strike. Yeah.
So we'll see.
You got some hitters that go out there hoping they get ball 4.
There's a swing.
And that's a little late. 2-2, quickly to count even here. And I think Pedro smells blood in the water. He does follow the way.
I am shocked to see that he hit that because his eye was certainly not on the ball.
Yeah, I think that might have been a case of sheer luck. That was close my eyes and see if I hear something, and that not being strike 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pedro deals. And strikes him out.
On the outside.
Make it 7 Ks now. 7 strikeouts for Pedro Marcelo. His only blemish has been Angelo Watson with the leadoff double.
Absolutely.
Swinging at the first pitch, and speaking of which, he comes out on deck. Here's Mikel Bethel, the center fielder.
Was playing baseball for Grand Bahama. Now he moves over to softball. Pretty talented player.
He shows butt. Hey, why not? The swinging isn't working. Let's try to butt.
Let's just get on
Let's
base
try
at
to
this
butt
point.
on. Yeah, butt our way on. Swinging does not appear to be working for us, so let's try to butt our way on. Whatever works. When he fouls it, now he got a strike. He almost went after that high
Definitely
fastball.
did. Almost go on that one. So when it releases, it looks low, and then the rise at the end, it count 1-1.
That one just kept rising. And here's the 1-1 delivery from Marcelo. Try to drop ball that time, and now 1-2. And I guess maybe trying to show him a little something different. Still hasn't quite found that release, though, for the drop ball. If he does, that could be trouble.
Strike.
Fouls it away.
He swing and a miss on that one.
Looks like he might have touched it, but it does count as another strike. Boy, they're getting the speakers ready. We could have some music out here shortly. So you got entertainment, but other than the action, that's for sure.
It's a long day of fast pitch softball. That one high.
Just misses. I think Pedro was trying to get in the chase there, and he didn't. And he's going to ask for time.
Cello is definitely not wasting any time on the mound.
Yeah, he's like, box, I'm ready to roll. Yeah.
Get these guys back in the dugout. Let's get back in the shade. That one.
It's a deep
high to the right
outfield,
side.
And drifting back. It's gone. How about that? Drives it long and gone. Oh, look at a little flare going around third base.
There you have it. Mikel Bethel batting ninth.
Yes,
Put
sir,
one
the
out of
ninth,
the park on the right side of the field. What's
Caught
the
me by
distance?
surprise. I didn't think he had enough of that, but it kept going. And just like that, a 2-0 lead now for Grand Bahama. You can see the looks in the long island. Yeah, they were like, we were out of this thing. Pedro was rolling well. And now he's facing the guy that started off the hit parade. Well, so I shouldn't say hit parade because they've only had 2 hits. Yeah, he's had a hit. Yeah.
So the only 2 batters for Grand Bahama able to get on base is the only 2 batters that scored.
And Watson now fouls it away.
And that was a heartbreaker for Long Island.
Well, excuse me, swing got in on the hands. Wow, that might have been a tough play had that stayed fair, though. Watson, like we said, has got a lot of speed. One ball, 2 strikes. And he gets him swinging. That ball kept riding in on the hands. He's like, hey, I'm out? Yes, you are, sir. Threw him a curveball. It rolled in on the hand, started out middle of the plate, and it just kept riding in on him. Couldn't quite get there. So you're going to see the full repertoire now. I think Pedro's deciding I gotta give these guys all the best stuff now. Quick strike to Michael Sweeting, who struck out his last time up. Tries to butt his way on. Pedro over to first base in time for the third out.
On the third out.
So they do get a run, courtesy of the long ball. A long shot to get it done in the right side of the outfield. And just like that, Grand Bahama now up 2-0. Long Island. Got to figure something out offensively. They've left a lot of runners on base.
And that home run by Mikel Bethel certainly caught a lot of them off guard. And now you can see the momentum kind of die down. Yeah,
because they were feeling pretty good. You know, they gave up the 1 run, but they were like, okay, all we got to do is score 1. We've had our chances, but now all of a sudden when it's a 2-0 game, it makes things different. It does change it up.
So Grand Bahama is sitting in a pretty good position, a comfortable position right now at the bottom of the third.
Yes.
As they prepare to get a 1-2-3. That'll be the hope going into this inning for them, but we'll see what Long Island Sheep Runners is able to do as they prepare to come and make their appearance at the plate.
It has been a pretty good pitcher's duel here to this stage. Pedro Marcelo has only given up 2 hits. Unfortunately for him, all 2 of those have ended up being runs.
And we're now at the top of the lineup for Long Island. That'll bring up Isaac Fox,
who actually got on bases last time up. We'll see if he can repeat the trend.
That one.
Grounder to the third baseman. He can't field
Michael
it cleanly.
Sweeting unable to hold on to it, and Fox will get on first.
He's been on base every single time so far. And once again, Long Island with the leadoff man on board. And they'll look to break a disturbing trend of leaving runners on base here.
You know, and those are the things we talked about, those innings where runners are on bases and you're not able to capitalize and you pay for it in the long run in the game. And now they're paying for it playing from the bottom.
Boy, Raw came up hacking. Wells is looking to do something with that last pitch. Cooper got him to swing through it. This time away.
On the outside. Well, that one was a ball.
Yeah.
It was getting those outside strikes.
Yeah. Perhaps a little bit too outside. It's tough to gauge. Maybe our angle is off. Maybe it could be us. 1-1. And here's the 1-1 delivery.
That one is
Up high for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike now to Wells. Runner at first base is Isaac Fox.
Russell still looking like he hasn't caught his breath.
Yeah, he's like
out there. The pitch. That one.
That's a strike for sure.
Got him on the outside.
Very deliberate strike call there by Andrew Burrows.
Listen, Andrew is not wasting any time behind the plate. If it looks good on the outside, he's calling it.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can't take anything, any chances. Don't leave it to the umpire.
Yeah, put it in my hands. You may not like the result. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Does not chase. As Cooper tries to go a little further off the plate. Coach used to always say, it's called now batting, son. You're not not now called taken. You're not there. You got a bat in your hand, use it. So the runner at first base, Wells at the plate.
Here's the pitch.
And he misses for ball 4. So once again, they get the 2 leadoff men on board. First and second, nobody out. Garfield Bethel last time came up in this situation, bounced into a ground ball, bounced into a double play. And now he comes up again. We'll try to avoid the deja vu situation, that's for sure.
And this can be a dangerous inning for Grand Bahama now with no outs and runners on first and second. We'll see what happens here. Long Island can really turn this thing around.
See Cooper trying to set up the defense. What are we going to do here in this situation? If the ball gets in play, here's Garfield Bethel. Takes the ball.
Talked about his experience at the plate and not a batter that you want to have on.
Yeah,
at the box.
This is a good situation for him here. If you're Long Island, this is probably the hitter you want in this situation. I know he bounced into a ground ball double play last time, and this time he drives it to the outfield and drops in for a base hit. So Bethel does come through. The runner had to hesitate, was not moving on contact, maybe thought it was going to be caught. I thought, yeah, that's what he's telling the third base coach right now. I thought I had to wait, yeah. Because I thought he should have scored easily on that play. Instead, they're loaded with nobody out. So Garfield Bethel comes up with a hit.
They're going to talk it out now to make sure that they understand what they need to do on this play if the ball is in the infield.
Got a 2-run lead, but I'm sure they'd like to keep it that way. Nobody out. Infield fly rule is in effect here. Ball 1.
This is one of the Cartwrights, Keanu Cartwright in the batter's box.
Long Island, best possible scenario here, a walk or something, at least hit deep enough to score a run. if you don't get a base hit.
Fouled that one off.
Whack at the outside edge.
Well, at least he's not taking that outside pitch that was called strike.
And I'm surprised that maybe it's because they haven't seen a lot of fast pitch. A lot of these guys haven't made the adjustment to move closer to the plate. Take away that outer edge, and make it something you can square up. Force the pitcher. Nobody wants to get hit either. So, but I was going to force the pitcher to come inside a bit if he wants to get you out. See, there it is. That ball's away from him, but he's still trying to pull it.
Trying to reach it.
Yeah. The only thing you're going to do with that is roll over it and set up a double play. He's got 2 strikes on him now. And now 3.
Got him.
See you later. So that'll be 1 away. And Cooper trying to see if he can keep this a goose egg on the scoreboard.
A big strikeout for Cooper to get the first out for Grand Bahama.
Yeah, double play gets you out of the inning here.
Gets you out of the inning.
So we'll see. So here is Carlos Pratt. Pratt takes a ball. Pratt reached on his last at bat. He'd like to do so again, which would mean that at least 1 run would score.
Well, we've seen on instances with runners on base where they haven't been able to do anything with it, and that's something that they don't want to happen at the bottom of this 3rd inning.
Yeah, they've stranded 4 runners on board to this stage. If you get half of those in, it's a tie game. What coulda, woulda, shoulda, as they say. If. 2 biggest words in the dictionary.
And the pitch. Swing and
fouls
off.
It back. 2 balls, 1 strike now. To the hitter from Long Island, Carlos Pratt. His team trailing 2-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. Runners on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. In other words, they're loaded. You've got to put the ball in play here. Anything that's not on the ground is good. And he drives it deep into the outfield. Left fielder drifting back. Can't make the play. 1 run scores, 2 runs score. They're going to throw it home, not in time. And just like that, this ball game is tied.
In left field for Grand Bahama, that is, I think that's, is it Bethel out there? Who was unable to make that catch.
Yeah, that's Angelo Watson actually who couldn't catch. He's normally a very good outfielder. That time he couldn't hold on. It was a long run, and I think he misread it a little bit. But how about that turn of events? This time they are able to capitalize. Here's a good look at Watson.
I know he's probably disappointed right now, giving up those 2 runs on that blown catch. He looked like he had it in his hand for a minute.
Can you see the heat waves coming out?
I can see
it. Wow. So Watson can't corral it. And now Long Island right back in this ball game. A chance to actually take the lead here. Still only 1 out, remember. The runners are on 1st and 2nd. Cooper would love to get a double play here. Got some speed at 2nd with Garfield Bethel running. Cooper wants a new softball. Bethel looks to be moving a little gingerly out there on the base pads. Maybe tweaked his back. We'll see if that impedes his ability to run. But here's the hitter now. And a little squibble back to the pitcher. And he can't field it cleanly. Do they still get him at first?
I think they still got him on the first base.
Yeah, there's the out signal.
Yes, he's out of there.
Oh, he must have their emergency brake on while running there. I don't know how he still got him there. Got to take the emergency brake off. That'll help you with some speed.
That was the out that Grand Bahama needed.
Wow, and very lucky for them because that could have gone bad. Instead, there are 2 outs. The runners do advance to 2nd and 3rd, but it's now going to take a base hit or something of a mishap for them to score that run, the go-ahead run.
I think the pitcher got a little bit too excited as he was trying to field the ball, and it just happened to bobble out of his hand. He was thinking about the runners that were moving and wondering where he was going to throw it, and not looking at what he was doing, and ended up bobbling it, but still managed to get the run out on first.
2-2 game. Long Island has come to life here offensively. Cooper back on the mound, and they're going to let him throw a couple of tosses to see if he's okay. Didn't see quite what happened there.
Jammed his finger up on the ground as he was
I don't
going for the ball.
Right, they came out, checked him out. Looks like he's okay to go, and he's going to try and fight through it. So Long Island here with an excellent chance. For the first time in this game, they're able to capitalize on having runners on base. They'd love to get a lead for Pedro. And here's Jeter Miller. It'll be in his hands with 2 gone. Here's Cooper.
That one hit over to the shortstop.
Shortstop, long throw. It's going to be thrown away. 1 run scores. Here comes the second. Or at least 1 run scores. I think Bethel was scoring from second. And now it is 2 runs. Yeah, so now Long Island has a lead.
No, I think
they're going to send the runner back.
Andrew, one of the umpires.
Throw away. The ball went out of play, so they can only get 1 base on that. That's a tough break for Long Island, boy, I tell you that.
A tough break.
But they do get at least 1 run in. They have a 3-2 lead now. And I thought the run would have scored either way, but rules say if it goes out of play, you only get 1 base to advance. He was on first, so he can only stop at third. Luckily, though, Bethel does score. Costly, though, for Long Island. Cost them a run there a bit.
Absolutely, and costly for Grand Bahamas.
Right, well, for Grand Bahamas, it's a good thing that went out of play. Otherwise, you'd be down 2 here. So the inning continues. As here is Kevano Cartwright. His second at bat.
The pitch.
He threw the bat at that thing. He was bailing out, but throwing the bat at an outside ball.
If you're gonna have to do that, just take the strike.
Yeah.
Because you're only gonna hit a little grounder in the infield, and I'm confused as to why they're reaching for the outside pitch so much.
Yeah, just get up on that plate and take it away. You know, it's obviously the strategy here for Grand Bahama. They're gonna see, there it is, and see he tries to go in another throw offline.
Unable to make the throw over to first.
2 quick runs that time.
Second.
They're going to make a throw. They got the runner held up. He's going to score. He's going to score here. Going to try and make the play in the overthrow. And how about this situation?
It is just even know what to say at this point. It's just bad throw after bad throw after bad throw.
It was like
the bases.
It was like it was either very hot, hot potato. They were playing hot potato out there with the softball, and what a quick turnaround.
Did he just get an infield inside the park home run off of?
Right. I you know what? I've been watching this game a long time. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. I honestly don't know if I've ever seen that happen.
Definitely a horrible play for Grand Bahama.
Yeah, you got to talk this over. You know, you see them come over and what do you say? I mean, what do you say at this stage?
Like, guys,
what are we doing out
happened?
Here? Yeah.
I have never seen that as well. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that.
Wow. They say you ain't past nothing till you're dead, right? So
I'm telling you.
That's definitely a case in point.
Desmond
6-2.
2 bad throws over to first base to Larry Russell, who was unable to make those catches, and costly inning for them.
You know you're going to tell him about that a little later on, right?
About that.
Man, you can't throw it. 6-2 is our score as a result.
It's going to be some words we're unable to say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think it's going to be quite that simple. Yeah, you're right. They're probably going to say some non-PG-13 words. It's going to be rated R, that's for sure.
Oh, man.
So our score is 6-2 after this. The wheels have just fallen off for Grand Bahama. And the way Pedro Marcelo has been pitching, this could be enough to hold up.
Absolutely.
Bottom of the third. Still batting. Long Island. They've had 2 outs for a minute now. That one down low for a ball. And you got to figure Cooper's, as a pitcher, it's got to be a little bit disturbed here.
Absolutely. Not being able to capitalize on those plays when you could have been out of this inning and giving up all those runs. Now they have to make pretty much a miracle happen to hit against Marcelo, who's pretty much been blowing them down with about 8 strikeouts so far in this game. So they're in a pretty good position heading to the top of the 4th inning. Grand Bahama will need a miracle at this point to come away with this game.
Will. And if you're Long Island, you're feeling pretty good about things. Boy, that one's driven to the outfield. Left fielder going back, settles under it, and makes the catch. Finally, they get 3 gone as Watson brings it in. But not before the Sheep Runners run all over the base pads to take a 6-2 lead against Grand Bahama. Watson comes in. This is that my bad moment. You get into the dugout.
Everybody's
my bad, guys.
Have a talk with each other and try to rally to make some things happen. And we'll see what they do as we go now to the top of the 4th inning. Stay with us. We'll be back with more softball action.
To the top of the 4th, we will go. There's your score on your television screens. Long Island up by 4 runs, 6-2. And what a remarkable turnaround it has been. They were trailing 2-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. And with 2 outs, they found a way to get it going. 6 runs later. they have a 4-run advantage.
Definitely a horrible inning for Grand Bahama, giving up all those runs and now having to come back and play from behind after leading this game from start until the bottom of the third, where they gave up 6 runs based on bad throws and just errors. The left fielder dropping a catch out there, and they are unable to capitalize on some plays, and now they are paying for it as the game is now 6-2 at the top of the 4th inning. But here we go. Marcelo just having a great day on the mound so far. 8 strikeouts, and Grand Bahama hasn't been able to do anything with him. The 2 runners that scored for them are the only 2 runners that got on base. We had a home run by Mikel Bethel in the bottom of the 3rd to bring in that 2nd run, and that was it. And now here we are at the top of the 4th.
Yeah, and so he's gonna, he's got to feel pretty good. He's been giving up the 2 hits, yes, but for the most part, he's been in full command, and I would imagine he says to himself, none of these guys are the ones that hit me so far. I've struck out everybody that I've faced, including this current hitter for Grand Bahama. This is now
Desmond Russell.
Desmond Russell. And things haven't changed so far. Strike 1. 1-1 to Desmond Russell. And he's taking big hacks. And with Pedro, you're not going to get big swings on him. That time able to hold up. You got to shorten up that swing. It's got to be short and quick through the batter's box. Otherwise, you're going to come up empty, which is what a lot of these guys are doing. 2-1. Does get a piece of it. And through for a base hit. So Russell makes the adjustment. Just the 3rd hit of the game now for Grand Bahama, but they got the leadoff man on board.
I think that's just what they need to focus on, just making contact at this moment and getting runners on bases and making some scores. This will go to the 5th inning.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine so. There's a lot of time on that clock. It's no looks as if I don't think we're going to have the mercy rule. So, yeah, you just got to win the war of attrition here. Pops it up and out of play.
By Quinton Roll.
So you would think this is where the endurance factor comes in for Pedro. He's an older guy in his 50s, and
he's looking great. He's having a great day out there.
You got to make him a little uncomfortable. 2 strikes now. He fouls at the back. So now maybe it's the 2nd time through. You see they've made some adjustments at the plate.
Absolutely. Pedro telling the outfield to go back a little bit.
Yeah, these are guys that weren't even coming close to touching him last time. Now they're getting some contact here. So
speed taken off the pitch.
Yeah. Good time for a changeup if you're Pedro. These guys are sped up. They've got their bat sped up. Strike 3.
That's a great pitch on the inside. Maybe it was a little bit too low for him.
And he was looking away, and I think and that pitch came right on the inside half. And, yeah, he thought it was low. The umpire thought differently.
But it's just too close for comfort. I would not leave on account when it's 2 against you. You can't leave anything close.
Yeah, that's what it is. The umpire has shown that he will call strikes if you're around that plate. So if you're the hitters, you got to go up there with that mentality. 1 gone, runner at first, as Grand Bahama tries to pick up a few of those runs that they gave up back. Pedro Marcelo, though, adds another strikeout to his tally, make it 9 in the ball game. Looking for double digits here. And here is Larry Russell.
Larry struck out during his first appearance at the plate.
Take strike 1.
And he will look to make something happen for Grand Bahama.
And I think because he swung at a lot of pitches away, you can see he's making a concerted effort not to go after those pitches.
Yeah.
But now with 1 strike, he turns the hand. He's like now swing happy.
And as a batter, when you struck out during your first appearance, you go back and you make those adjustments and come back and see what you can do.
And he swings and misses in the same exact way he struck out the first time. Chases 1 away. See the catcher with a little grin. It says, so now 10 strikeouts. He's in double digits.
Definitely. And you talked about this being a pitcher who has a very high strikeout count.
Yeah, he's been known to run it up there. 12 strikeouts is not something he's unused to.
Grand Bahama is coming in there with big hacks.
Cooper's he's trying to get all back in 1 swing of the bat. There's no 4-run home run if there's nobody on base. And again, Nothing doing. Takes a look at the catcher's glove. Yes, that's the ball right there, my friend.
This may be another 1, 2, 3 inning for Pedro. And we'll know right now. And he fouled that one off to stay alive.
And that was a desperation hack. You said, oh, this is a strike. I better try to do something with it. Nothing in 2, the count to Cooper with 2 outs. And just does get a piece of Pedro's mad at himself. Yeah, he's mad at himself, too. He thought he had it. Pedro wants another strikeout.
So strategic pitching happening there.
Oh, 2.
The catcher telling him, let's go. Bring it to
I think they're going to go away.
Yeah, they're going to the outside. See if he gets him.
And again,
and it was directly on the outside of it, but Cooper managed
Cooper was
to
looking
swing.
for it, just managed to get some of it. Staying alive like the PGs.
You know, the pitchers on this field is able to put their hand in the dirt and dry things up. That was not happening on the turf.
A little soft grounder to the third baseman, throw over in time, and just like that.
So
well, the good news is they didn't strike out. So bad news, though, they come up empty. They leave a runner stranded, and our score remains 6-2 as we move to the bottom. Was that the ball game? It is.
It is the ball game.
That is ball game. Time runs out, and Long Island comes back to win this one 6-2. Our final score in favor of the Sheep Runners. Pedro Marcelo, 10 strikeouts on the day. We'll have a word with them in just a few short moments here. Nico's going to break out the track speed and hustle on down to field side. I love the camaraderie aspect. Everybody going down, high fives. Miss this, man. We really miss this, especially during COVID. Once is back. As the Long Island Sheep Runners take down Grand Bahama Blue Cayans. No solutions for Pedro Marcelo. He tallies 10 strikeouts and records a win. I mentioned this pitching is something that if you have it, particularly in fast pitch softball, if you have good pitching, you can win some ball games. The only runs coming for Grand Bahama, Angelo Watson, a leadoff double, ends up scoring on a pass ball. And then later on in the game, the home run. The solo shot from the cleanup man. Roll. Larry Russell got a home run. So we are good to go here for Grand Bahama. Well, that is Long Island. Not so good to go if you're Grand Bahama. You got to go, but it's not good. They blow a 2-0 lead. And kudos going to the Sheep Runners of Long Island as they tally up a victory. It is festivities, festive action going on. For the folks here at the stadium, you see the crowd starting to build up here in the early afternoon, despite the hot conditions. We'll be ready to go down to Ramico, who's standing by with Grand Bahamas coach in just a few short moments. But in the meanwhile, like you mentioned, it has been one of those outstanding softball games, which we have come to expect here in these Bahama games. Sheep Runners are now in the win column with a win. I think that's Coach Marty Fox down there with Ramico. We'll allow Ramico to take over in a few short seconds there, but just joining us. Long Island went down 2-0 early on, kept fighting, and able to get 5 runs. Go up by a score of 6-2, and that ends up being our final here this afternoon. I don't envy those out there that have to be in this sun right about here. And that's why I keep saying, you know, I tip my cap to the umpires and the officials who have to withstand this heat repeatedly over and over again, because they got a break between games, but they got to go right back down there. You got to put that gear on and head on back into the sun. Stay on top of your game, stay hydrated, and make sure you call the correct calls. That is, people take it for granted, but officiating is key. So let's go down to Ramico Knowles standing by with the coach for Long Island, Marty Fox. Ramico.
Standing by with head coach for Long Island Sheep Runners, Matty Fox. A big inning for you guys on some errors by Grand Bahama. Grand Bahama led the game 2-0, and you came up on, I think it was the 3rd inning to get those runs, and about 6 runs scored. Talk about the game.
We came up pretty good. Guys were hitting quite a few runs stranded. Got some breaks, and we took advantage, capitalized on it.
I mean, you say capitalize on those breaks. What are some of the challenges you see for your team going forward?
I would say they just need to focus, you know. The offense came off a little flat. Once we got our offense going there, made them play the ball, made some errors, you know. So I think we're getting it going. One game behind us, so we're good to go.
That's your first win for the day, and so Pedro Marcelo, 10 strikeouts. Talk about it.
Yeah, he came out smoking today, you know. He was on his game, and he was looking forward to this, you know, from all the controversy last night. So we had to get this first win. If we want to move on, this is important.
And Long Island will it be the team to watch throughout the rest of the series?
That's the plan.
Well, thank you so much, man. There you have a head coach for Long Island Sheep Runners, Marcelo. A great game, as he said, 10 strikeouts, and these guys capturing their first win. Right here, more baseball action, or softball action rather, coming your way. Back to you, Marcelo.
All right, thanks a lot, Ramico. Still down there at the Entourage's baseball diamond in his mind, I guess. And he did a lot of baseball with Ricardo all week long, so I guess it is tough to make that transition. Still the same diamond. The base was a little bit closer, though, which is good for these runners right about now. But a good victory here for the Long Island Sheep Runners, taking down the squad from Grand Bahama 6-2, 10 strikeouts, Pedro Marcelo. And all the action happening for Long Island in that 3rd inning, which was when they were able to come from behind, trailing 2-0 early on, able to tally 6 runs. We'll be right back, though. A lot of softball still to come here at the Bankers Field. Good evening once again here from the Bankers Field as we are set to continue now with evening session softball in these Bahamas games. Just underway here right on your television screens. Columbus Owls going up against Mike Cal, with Mike Cal being the home team. That's why they're on the field. In case you never understood what that concept is, we got it all cleared up for you. And right now, already one gone as Kenton Chase grounded out to the third baseman for the first out. Somebody stole my fan. I don't know. Hey, listen. So, I understand. Thank you very much. That's good. Meanwhile, it's a long hit, long driven to the left field area. Going back, and they will watch it go out of the yard. Trey Sweeting takes one out of the ballpark for the home run, and somewhere Teddy Sweeting is smiling if he's watching this game, and I'm sure he's not too far away. So a solo shot for Trey Sweeting puts Columbus Owls on the board, 1-0. Good way to start now. It's all smiles. Good way to get things rolling. So now Junel Bain steps in to face off against Andy Fort, the pitcher for this Mike Cal team. Quickly breaking down the defense. I'll do that for you in a second. We told you Andy Fort is on the mound. Hard hit to Sands, who fields it on the one bouncer and taps first base, out number 2. So Ford using the slingshot pitching style as opposed to the windmill. So far it's been effective. 2 already out, but the solo shot by Trey Sweeting has put Columbus Owls out in front. We're just underway here, top of the first. Stepping in now is for the Columbus Owls, Chris McPhee, the first baseman. Takes ball 1 high. A little change up. It's good for a strike. Chris gives a little smile. 1-1. Ford digs back in. Here's the pitch. Tries it again. And that one's going to get through for a base hit. So McPhee gets a base hit to keep the inning alive. 2 away, but a runner at first base. Behind the plate for Mike Cal, Charles Major. Over at first base, Karan Sands. Second base, Kenton Chase. Third baseman, Kyle Roll. And shortstop, Dino Sweeting. We'll get to the outfield in a second. That one's fielded up the middle, and that's going to be a force out. It's Kyle Roll able to hold on to it for the force, and that's 3 away. But they do strike in the top of the first. Columbus Owls with the big blow. Trey Sweeting going yard, the solo shot. Bottom of the first coming up here at the Bankers Field. So giving you the rest of the defensive alignment for Mike Cal. Arian Seymour out in left field. Center field patrolled by Rodney Forbes, and in right field, Sidney Neely. And now we'll give you the Columbus Owls defense as they walk onto the field for this first time in the ball game. First base, Chris McPhee. Second baseman, Kerwin Scriven. Over at third will be Chetty Ferguson. Shortstop manned by Stephen McKenzie. In the outfield, you got Junel Bain in left, Trey Sweeting in center field, and Colbert Evans Jr. in right. And on the mound will be Jeffrey Woodside with Prashad Lang behind the plate. That's the way the defenses are all aligned, and we are ready to go here in the bottom half of the first inning. Mike Cal will lead things off. Columbus Owls will lead things off with Stephen McKenzie, Trey Sweet. I got it backwards. So now we got Mike Cal coming up the bat for the first time. I was right. Kenton Chase leading off, followed by Rodney Forbes, and then Dino Sweeting will bat third. Sidney Lee and Niddy in the cleanup spot. Bottom of the first inning. 5 games to be played here at the stadium. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're only in the bottom of the first of this one. High fastball, ball one to Chase. Woodside, who works quickly, as you can see. That's a strike. 1-1. Jeffrey Woodside. 1-1 pitch coming in. That gets away. 2 balls and a strike now. Woodside is actually the brother of Sherman Ferguson, the big power hitter for the New Providence team. Sorry, for Exuma. Inside corner, strike 2. Chase not too happy about the call. Very demonstrative with the body language. Got to be careful. Home plate umpire Andrew Burrows doesn't tolerate a whole lot of that. 2-2. Grounder up the middle. Second baseman in time for the out. Nice smooth play by the second baseman, ranging up the middle. Kerwin Scriven getting the job done. And here's Rodney Forbes stepping into the batter's box now. Dino Sweeting waiting on deck. There's a good look at Sweeting. Woodside waiting for the sign, and here's the pitch. Ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Jumps out of the way of ball 2, and now it's a 2-0 count. So Rodney Forbes ahead in the count here, 2-0. Swings away and fouls it back for strike 1. Count 2-1 now to Forbes. Umpire says nope. Too far inside, 3-1. 3 balls and a strike now to Rodney Forbes. And here's the 3-1 pitch from Woodside. Good for a strike on the inside corner, 3-2. Forbes is kind of a pesky player. If he gets on base, he's got speed. He puts pressure on the defense right away. 3-2 pitch coming in. And he'll walk him. So Forbes trots down to first base for the walk, and like I said, he's got some good speed on the base paths, and if he can, he'll put pressure. I guarantee you, he's going to look to steal second base. And here is Dino Sweeting, and Sweeting thought about going, should have went anyway. It was a strike. Nothing in 1. Forbes did not try to steal the base as of yet. You see catcher jumping up quickly with Forbes bluffing the run. And now 1-1. Rashad Lang's got a pretty good arm back there, so perhaps that's why Forbes is holding up. And now he's going to try it. Throw is high, and he's going to get in safely. Just measuring and getting his timing was Forbes, and when he felt comfortable, off he went. So Rodney Forbes now at second base. And here's Dino Sweeting waiting on the pitch from Jeffrey Woodside. That misses. Count now 3-1. Three balls and a strike. And he drives it to the right side and foul. So that makes the count full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Forbes, the base runner at second. One away, Canton Chase grounding out. And now Dino Sweeting at the plate looking for the 3-2 pitch. And that'll be ball 4. So Woodside has now walked 2 in a row as Dino Sweeting gets the free pass, and here comes the cleanup man, Sidney Neely. Mike Cal looking to answer after giving up the 1 run. That one comes inside tight and jumps out of the way for ball 1. Ball and no strikes. Pitch in from Jeffrey. Gets it into the air. Center fielder drifting back. Makes the catch. The throw. And he's going to make it to third safely. Now he showed off an arm there, but I would have went to second and kept the runner at first. Now instead of that, the runner does advance on the throw. And you have him at second and third as opposed to first and third with 2 gone. Fundamental error that time by Trey Sweeting. Force play would have been in effect at second had he not tried to make that throw. Here's the Kyle Roll. Taking ball 1. Roll, who was listed as a third baseman, but I saw him over at second a little while ago. He made the play that ended the top of the first. And now takes ball 2. Has not necessarily had a good night hitting, or rather a good tournament hitting to this point, but he'd love to come through here. That's away, 3-0. And a walk would be just as good to him. .3-0 count. And that's ball 4. So Woodside struggling mightily here. Has walked 3 batters. They're loaded. The good news if you're Woodside is that at least you got 2 away. So you do have the 2 out, so you just need 1 more. Nursing a 1-0 lead right now, and you'll have to do it by getting past Caron Sands. Swinging at the first pitch, out to the right field area, and drifting in to make the lazy catch for out number 3, and that'll end the threat. So down they go. They've got a couple of runners on board, but they'll leave them stranded. And we have come to the end of the first inning. Top of the second, just around the corner. We'll be right back. So stay with us. pick up the action here. Top of the second inning. Jeffrey Woodside, the opposing pitcher, in the batter's box this time around. Well, he loses his footing coming out of the batter's box, but there will be a single. Woodside pushing it through into left field. Leadoff man on board. And that'll bring up Kerwin Scriven, who plays second base right now for this team. Ford, a little bit of a little change-up, a little off-speed pitch, doesn't offer at it, ball one. Andy Ford, the pitcher for Mike Cal, throws behind the batter for ball two, and Jeffrey is going to jog on down to second. Somebody said, go, go, go. They wanted to try for third, but Jeffrey knows he doesn't have that much speed. Wisely stays put. Meanwhile, 2 balls to Scriven. As the Columbus Owls look to build on their lead. First top of the first inning, Trey Sweeting with a solo home run. And they're gonna bring in a pinch runner for Jeffrey. That's a strike. 1-2. So Columbus Owls saving the legs of their pitcher, Jeffrey Woodside, bringing a pinch runner for him. That's away, and now ball 4. So Scriven's on board. A leadoff single, and now a walk puts first and second, nobody out. We're in the top of the second inning. Outside for a ball. As Colbert Evans Jr. steps into the plate. Dad Buster Evans, Colbert Evans Sr. One of the better outfielders in softball back in the day. Still pretty good, even at an advanced age. Still plays in the local Old Timers League and the Masters Association. His son now following in Dad's footsteps, at least as far as softball is concerned. 2-0 count. Here comes the pitch. Up high. 3-1. Three-one delivery from Ford, and that's going to be tightened inside, ball 4. So they are loaded with nobody out now. Trouble brewing for the Columbus Owls. Well, trouble brewing for Mike Cal. Columbus Owls is liking this. They got bases loaded and nobody gone, and here comes the catcher, Kershad Lang. Takes a big swing at the first pitch and comes up empty. Ford took a little something off that. I think Lang was gearing up for a fastball, got the changeup. 0-1. Lang might be trying to follow in the footsteps of his good friend Trey, who had a home run. I think that's what he was thinking. Bases loaded. I'm about to take this thing out of here and get a grand slam. Instead, the count now 1-1. As he takes the ball down there on the second pitch. And again, he's really he's swinging big time here, trying to do something with it. And that changeup was killing him, the off-speed pitch. Ball not coming quite as fast as he's used to throughout the course of this tournament. Now ball and 2 strikes to him. This would be a big out if Ford can induce a strikeout here. Misses high, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And here's the pitch from Ford. That time he leaves it over the plate, drives it deep. Outfielder's going back, and that one's out of here. Grand slam home run for Krishad Lang. He was trying for it, that's for sure. Got the pitch he was looking for and did not miss. Sends that one out of here to the left field side of things. Home run, grand slam. Make it now 5-0. So the home run clears the bases. And Columbus Owls now taking full aim at Andy Ford. And here's Kenton Chase. Sorry, Stephen McKenzie as we get back to the top of the lineup. And McKenzie drives one deep. Left fielder drifting back at the base of the fence. And he's going to hold up at second. Doogie McKenzie. I think Stephen McKenzie, also known as Doogie, thought he hit that one out of here. He's got a lot of speed. I'm surprised he didn't end up at least at third, but he was kind of jogging out there admiring it. And now the change as Mario Ford comes out to talk to his brother Andy. And he may be saying, look, these dudes are seeing this slow pitch a little bit too good now. You may have to make the pitching change. Looks as if they're going to leave Andy in the game. You can see some of the Mike-Cal players sitting in the mouth of the dugout. It's kind of warm down there, perhaps just trying their best to stay cool. So Trey Sweeting comes back up. Had a home run in the top of the first. A runner at second now. Still nobody out. Take strike one. Top of the second inning, we'll get our production staff to change that if you're worrying. It's not, the game has not just started. It's just top of the second. Takes ball one. 1-1 the count. There we go, all set. And that'll be a ball as well. 2-1. Thank you, Andrew. 2 balls, 1 strike to Trey Sweeting. He takes a big cut. Does not connect. 2 strikes on him. The count runs to 2-2. And he'll take strike 3, licking the look on his face. So a bit of revenge, if you will, for Andy Ford after giving up the home run to Trey Sweeting. Strikes him out licking. He's still smiling. He's smiling to himself as he goes back to the dugout. Good pitch by Andy Ford. Had him completely fooled and was not able to pull the trigger. Hard hit. And through for a base hit. That'll score a run as McKenzie's going to trot on in. Make it 6-0. Janelle Bain with the RBI single. And I think we're going to see a pitching change here. So Andy Ford is going to be lifted from the game, and they're going to bring in the regular pitcher, Garam Hanna. They were hoping that Ford would be able to contain the hits, the batters a little bit, trying to save Hanna, who's pitched a lot during the course of this tournament. But they've been forced to bring him into action here, and he'll now go through his warm-ups. And there you go, the more traditional windmill style pitching. They were hoping that Andy would be able to at least keep things at a minimum. Our cameraman Philip Marsh back there out of Grand Bahama. Say hi to the people there, Phil. So there's your runner on base, courtesy of the single. And the inning continues now for Mike Cal. They're changing pitches now as coming in is Jerome Hanna. He was originally in the game as a DP, so I'm not sure. They may not have taken Ford out of the game. They may have kept him in and just switched positions. So, in other words, Andy would turn into the DP, and Hanna would come in as the pitcher. We'll wait to see when that batting order comes up. We'll find out. So I think we're trying to find out exactly what I was just talking about, whether or not the DP is in the game and Andy Ford is completely out. I guess we'll get the answer to that question in a few short minutes, but as of right now, Jerome Hanna, the DP, is inserted into the lineup as the pitcher. And DP, by the way, means designated player. Sometimes you have a DH, which is a designated hitter, and the only thing he can do is hit. But when you have a designated player, you can insert him into the game to do a number of different things if necessary. Hard hit ball to the right side, gets through past the second baseman. Right fielder fumbles it, and Janelle Bain hustling down to third. Runners will advance, and that's going to go into the dugout, so free base. A runner will score and make it 7-0 here. So Junel Bain will score. And Chris McPhee now over at third. So the rule is if the ball goes out of play, out of the area of play, it's a free base awarded to the offense. If you're wondering why that would have been. And here's Chetty Ferguson with his team up 7-0 here. New pitcher in the game, Jerome Hanna. Inside for a ball. Hanna with the pitch. And through for another base hit. That'll score yet another run, make it 8-0. As you see, Chris McPhee able to score. And the hit parade continues here. Now, I see our board has 2 out. I'm not sure if that's case to case. I don't think they have 2 out. Unless I missed something. But I'll confirm for you in a second. Meanwhile, here is Jeffrey Woodside, who reached with a base hit his last time up. We'd like to get another one here. Ball 1. As Woodside ahead in the count. So as I thought, there's actually no outs. That's a strike. One and one is the count. 8-0 score. Nobody out. Here in the top of the second. That one high and tight. Gets out of the way. 2-1 here. Two-one pitch coming in, and a big swing by Woodside. He can't connect. 2-2. Sun just starting to set here at the Bankers Field. welcome relief from some of the daytime heat we've had out here. Missing away 3-2 here. Jeffrey Woodside at the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes on him. Top of the second inning. Nobody out. An 8-0 score for Columbus Owls. Runner at second base as they look to add on. And Woodside fouls it away to stay alive. You can see the clock behind you. 43 minutes, just about 43 minutes left to play in this one. Although the way this is going, I don't think it's going to get that far. 10-run mercy rule will start to be an issue. That's going to be driven up to the middle and then a through 4 base hit. So Woodside comes through, and now it's runners on the corners. First and third, still nobody out. So Mike Cal would just love to get somebody off the board. Let's get an out here at some point. Here's Kerwin Scriven coming up to the plate. And they used a pinch runner for Woodside last time. I don't think they'll burn another player on this one. Scriven was looking to do some damage with that first pitch he saw and fouls it away. Nothing in 1 to count to Scriven. And apparently I've been talking to myself this entire time. We are just welcoming our viewers here. Welcome to our viewers on television as we are in the midst of a one-sided blowout. Columbus Owls and Mike Cal. 8-0 is our score. Now 9-0 after that last play. Still nobody out. And here is Colbert Evans. So my correction, I understand there's 1 out. Down low for a ball. Evening session just getting underway here at the Bankers Field. Andros, by the way, their ladies won just before this game. Yeah, when runs inside, it's a strike, but catcher does not hold on to it. Scriven hustling on down to second. The Kyle rule once he's like, throw the ball. I had him. One is the count here. And now Evans asks for time. Getting you all caught up. It has been a one-sided offensive assault for this Columbus Owls team against the Mike Cal squad. Trey Sweeting started the business with a solo shot. And then later on, Krishad Lang came through with a grand slam to make it 5-0. Since then, it's been a steady barrage here in the top of the second. Well, late on that one, it's going to be good for a strike, and now Tool on him. He did get a piece of it, so it's a foul ball. One pitch. And that was ball 4. Look at that. I missed a few of them, apparently. So welcoming our visitors on 211. Those of you that were watching on channel 230, thanks for keeping us on the airwaves. And here is Krishad Lang, the man that hit a grand slam earlier. And he's going to get time. Going out to have a word with the pitcher. Maybe something wrong with the mechanics there. Let's see. And one of the rules is that as a pitcher, you have to come set. You have to pause before you can go into your motion. Maybe that's what they're telling him. That might be what they're telling Hannah. And Andrew Burrows, the home plate umpire, apparently explaining what he was telling to the coach. And we are ready to resume play. Kershaw Lang at the plate, as we are still in the top of the second inning. And Lang takes a big cut at that one, fouls it back. Still just one down, and you can see runners on first and second. Mike Cal trying to just get out of this inning. They're trailing 9-0. Andy Ford started the game on the mound and had to be replaced by Hannah. And it looks like he might have. Well, I thought that was strike 3, but not. Apparently not. Now he's got 2 strikes on him. 1 and 2 is the count. And here's the 1-2 pitch from Hannah. Misses away, 2-2. Crowd wanted that strike. Or at least the Mike Cal fans wanted that strike. Didn't get it. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kershaw Lang. And here's the 2-2 pitch coming in. Missing inside for a ball. Runners will trot on down second and third here. So now they're both in scoring position. Base hit would score both of these runners. Kershaw Lang still batting. He's got 2 strikes on him. Full count here. And here's Hannah with the pitch. Will come back up to the pitcher. Now they told me 1 out, so apparently there was 2 outs, and now that's 3. So they finally get out of the inning. Top of the second, but not before Columbus Isles score another couple of runs. They're up 9-0 here. Mike Cal got some work to do as we move to the bottom of the second. Now, could he look any more interested in the game that's going on? He's sitting outside, T-shirt on. He's got his uniform pants on. He's sipping a drink and checking his phone. And now, if I'm coaching, I got a problem with that. Yeah, I don't mind you staying hydrated, but, don't sit on the phone like that. They got to stay engaged in the game. Yeah, I'm coaching. I got a problem with that. I feel like you got to stay engaged in the game. At least show some respect to your teammates that are out there on the field. Looks completely disinterested. That's just my personal opinion. That other people may feel differently. They may be saying, Marcellus, you're kind of an old fogey. You shouldn't think like that. But I'm saying, if you're in the game, you shouldn't be sitting right there out in the open, sitting on the phone, and you got my uniform on. At least, pay attention to the game at least. What if I ask you how many out? You can't tell me. But that's just, again, that's a personal thing. Growing up, that's how we were taught. Coach say, pay attention. Could be my old-fashioned way of thinking. All right, so enough about that. Let's get back to the ball game here. Bottom half of the second coming up as Mike Cal looks to find a way to get some runs on the board. They trail by 9. And here comes the catcher for Mike Cal, Charles Major. And that's a strike. 1-1 the count to Major. Jeffrey Woodside back on the mound after a nice long rest. Little 1 bounce to the pitcher. And he's going to make it to first base in time. Major hustling down the line. We got a bit of a collision there. Scrivens was over the cover. McPhee thought he could get there and then realized how quickly Major was hustling down the line. And the throw simultaneous, and it looks as, Major's okay. He's got his sliding gloves on, so he's putting on the oven mitt. So he's ready to go. Looks like Scrivens is okay, but Mike Cal getting what they wanted, which is a runner on board here. And here's Arian Seymour for his first at bat. Ball one. Good hustle that time by Charles Major, though. That's a strike, 1-1. Major. Grounder up the middle. They'll get one. Try for two. Not in time. So Major erased on the force. Good hustle up the line by Arian Seymour to avoid the double play. And here's Garam Hanna. So Andy Ford is out of the game. Takes strike one. One away here in the bottom of the second. Runner at first. Down low, ball one. Count goes 1-1 here to Hanna. Jeffrey Woodside, the pitcher, looking in. Here's the pitch. And he gets him to foul away. 2 strikes on him here. A ball and 2 strikes on Hanna. That's Arian Seymour over at first base, the runner. Reached on the fielder's choice. And with the count 1-2 here, and here is Hanna once again waiting on the pitch from Woodside. That one slips away, and Seymour's going to jog on down to second. These guys are all good friends for the most part. They play each other and see each other and know each other for a long time. Two-two. Misses high. 3 balls, 2 strikes now on the pitch. Three and 2. Here's the pitch from Woodside. That's going to get away. Ball 4. Seymour gets over to third on the pass ball. Gives the third baseman a little bump. And they're on the corners. Runners on first and third. 1 gone. Here's Canton Chase. Now Chase grounded out his first time up. Would like to come through with a base hit here. We'll find out if he can get it done. Meanwhile, Woodside trying to maintain the damage. Chase shows bunt. Throw down to second. And they'll get him out. Yes, sir. I don't think they were thinking he would throw. Hanna was just going down there thinking they would not throw it because there was a runner on third. With a big lead, why not? Arian Seymour stays put. Hanna's like, man, I didn't, why would... Well, that was smart, though. Krishad Lang understanding they got a 9-0 lead. Why concede a base here? Runners going down thinking there's not going to be a throw, and when there was, he was unprepared. He's out. 2 gone. They would have traded a run for 1 out there. Arian Seymour stays put at third. Pops it up into the air. Right fielder drifting over, makes the catch, and that's going to do it. So they get a couple of runners on board, can't do anything with them. And that's the way this inning's going to end. Mike Cal comes up empty. Still remains a 9-0 game. Top of the third coming up. We'll take you right into that after this break. All right, so we're back to live action here. How rude. They did not wait for us to come back. They started action without us. Stephen McKenzie, Doogie leading off with an infield single. So he's on first base as we move to the top of the third here. And here is Trey Sweeting now at the plate. Takes ball one high, and now it's a 1-0 count to him. Now Sweeting takes a swing at the second pitch he sees and evens the count 1-1 as it goes out of play. So Stephen Doogie McKenzie at first base. Trey Sweeting, who had a home run to start the game, at the plate. Here's Andrew Burrows, the umpire, explaining something to the catcher, Charles Major. And here's the 1-1 pitch. Driven through for a base hit. McKenzie's going to head on down to third and is going to get in there safely. Ball gets past. McKenzie's going to scamper on home. He's safe. Sweeting, meanwhile, at third base. Good heads-up base running by Stephen McKenzie. Also Trey Sweeting, because he kept going as well. So another run comes in, make it 10-0. 10-run mercy rule in effect now if Mike Cal doesn't score in the bottom half of the inning. And this is just the start of the inning, top of the third. Runner at third, still nobody out here. And here comes Junell Bain to the plate. He's got a hit to his credit. Takes ball one, going away. A ball, no strikes for Junell Bain. Here in the top of the third inning, Columbus Owls back at the plate, already nursing a 10-0 lead. Boy, Junell Bain chasing one way out of the strike zone. Count goes 1-1 here. One to Junell Bain. Pitch from Hannah. Gets a piece of it. Into the outfield. In comes Trey. Another base hit. So Bain 2 for 2. One more run coming in. 11-0 here. Good times are rolling in the Columbus Owls dugout. Not so much if you're Mike Cal. Here's Chris McPhee. And he, too, swings at the first pitch, grounds it foul, strike one. Look at Junell showing some speed there. He was already around second. Much slower going back, though. 11-0 is scored. Nobody out. Top of the third. Missing outside for a ball. Christopher McPhee, the hitter now for Columbus Owls. Big first baseman. They call him rookie. Throw down to second base. Boy, he hit the pitcher with that pitch. Oh, my goodness. Major came up firing towards second. The pitcher was trying to duck out of the way, and I think he got plunked. They're going to check him out. So Garam Hannah takes one right in the middle of the back. As Major came up firing, Hannah ducked down for the throw to go over him, and instead, they're going to allow him to get a couple of hits, throws here to make sure he's okay. But he was trying to duck down so that the throw would go over his head. Major spiked it and it went right into the pitcher. He says, "I'm okay." I remember doing that in high school. They had me one of the few times I ever caught a softball game. I was trying to throw it out to the second. I threw it right. The pitcher never ducked. I hit him right in the chest. 1 ball, 1 strikes now. 1 ball, 1 strike to Christopher McPhee. And McPhee drives it to the right side. Could be trouble. And it's going to drift foul. A ball, 2 strikes to Chris McPhee. Here's a good look at Junelle Bain over at second. Takes a good lead on the pitch. Now they're going to throw it down there. And out at second. So Major throwing behind the runner. Bain getting back a little bit too slowly. And they're going to get him out. 1 away. One ball, 2 strikes to McPhee now. 1 erased. And here is the strike. Here's the pitch. Punch to the right side. Base hit. Score runner, as they say. had you stayed put, you would have been able to score. But instead, he's out. And a base hit will replace the runner. So Jumel Bain is probably kicking himself right now. After being picked off at second, he would have scored on that. It would have been a 12-0 game. McPhee, though, back at first with a single. 1 gone. And he's going to jog on down on the pass ball. Chetty Ferguson at the plate. For McPhee tagged, double teamed right now at the base pad. You can see DeCow on one side and and Dino Sweeting on the other. Another pass ball, but this time McPhee doesn't try to advance. One ball, 1 strike. Fouls it down the third base line. That'll be a second strike on him, 1-2. Columbus Owls trailing by 11 here in the top of the third. So Columbus Owls up by 11 here, top of the third. Mike Cal trails by 11. They'll have some work to do when they come up. And he'll get him with 2 strikes now. Well, I thought that was strike 3, but apparently not. So here's Chetty Ferguson now with 2 strikes on him. Takes the ball down in the dirt. Two is the count to Chetty Ferguson. Here's the pitch from Hannah. That one goes back to the screen. Okay, so that's ball 4 apparently. Well, somewhere I keep losing track here. Excuse me a little bit. That's ball 4, so now they're at first and second with 1 gone. And here's the pitch to Jeffrey Woodside, stepping into the batter's box. Ball 1. Oh, wait, they're going to call that a strike. Late strike call by the umpire. So a strike on Jeffrey Woodside. That's definitely a ball. High and away, 1-1. One delivery coming in. Woodside fouls it away. count runs 1 and 2 here on him. Still just one gone. So a chance here to add on. And here comes the 1-2 pitch to Woodside. Takes it high for a ball, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Jeffrey Woodside. Here's the pitch from Hannah. And now the count runs 3-2. Top of the third inning, it's an 11-0 game. 3-2 pitch fouled away. So Woodside stays alive, and breeze picking up here at the stadium, which is a welcome feeling for those that have dealt with the heat all day long. Count 3 balls, 2 strikes. And again, he fights it off. Good at bat here for Jeffrey Woodside, making Hannah work. This breeze has all these umpire shirts here in the scorer's booth, blowing in the wind. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Jeffrey Woodside, facing off against Karam Hannah. And he gets him to ground down to the second baseman. DeKyle Roll comes up with it, fires over the first base for the out, but that should score another run, and it does. Make it 12-0. Well, actually, no, the run is over at third, so still on base there. The score stays at 11. Sorry, my bad, guys. But now there's 2 away. And the new batter stepping into the batter's box is Kerwin Scriven. And they're going to put a pinch hitter in the game. That's not Scriven who comes up. Ball 1. And this is Jordan Gibson. Sorry, Sherrod Johnson who comes in to pinch hit. Hitting for Scriven, fouls that one away. 1-1. So the second baseman, Kerwin Scriven, not coming out. They're going to bring in Sherrod Johnson to pinch hit for him with a nice lead like this, trying to get these guys some at-bats. Here's the pitch. Takes a strike for strike 2. Didn't like that one, but it's going to be a strike nonetheless, whether you like it or not. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hannah just trying to get out of this inning. Little grounder, tap roller down the line. It's going to end up foul. Hannah wisely, once he saw that he was not going to be able to get the runner, lets it trickle foul rather than picking it up. Runners will go back to second and third, and they'll get to do it all over again. Two balls, 2 strikes now to the hitter, Sherrod Johnson. Here comes the pitch from Hannah. Again, he fights it off to stay alive. Two and two remains to count. Johnson back in the batter's box, waiting for the 2-2 delivery, and here it comes. Misses high, count runs full, 3-2. Three and two now on Sherrod Johnson. Hannah trying to finish him off. Grounder down to second. Rule comes up firing and gets him just in time for the third out. So they get three right, three down finally. Score now 11-0 though. And now here comes the hitters of Michael trying to stay alive in this game. They're trailing by more than 10 runs, so they need to get at least 2 to keep this game rolling. Got to check the scoreboard to see how much time is left in this one. They do have some time if they can quickly pile up some runs here. Bottom of the third inning coming up. And they got the good part of the lineup coming up if you're the Michael team. Got the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up here for Michael. Rodney Forbes will lead off, followed by Dino Sweeting and then Sidney Neely. Third base coach showing a little boogie woogie woogie. Still got some flexibility in the hips, I guess. Break out the Ben Gay later. So Jeffrey Woodside will trot back out to the mound with an 11-0 lead. Looking to close this one out. Michael just needs to score 2 runs here. Listen, there's a little kid up here in the scorer's booth who is having an absolute whale of a time. He's pretending that he's a batter. And he's got a water bottle that he's using as a bat. And he's doing everything. He's getting out of the way of pitches. He's swinging. He's doing everything as a batter right now that you could conceive of. It's been fun to watch. He's very entertaining. And Woodside facing off against Rodney Forbes. Here Forbes gets strike 1 on him. Count 1-1 here. Gets him to swing at it, fouled away, strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes to Rodney Forbes, who reached his last time up, eventually forced out. And that time he almost got him to chase it. Two strikes on the hitter. Misses inside. That should run the count to 3-2, I do believe. 2-2 is the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Drives it into the outfield. Center fielder, though, right there to make the play. And 1 gone. One away. And now the Michael team potentially down to their final 2 outs. And here's Dino Sweeting. Michael running out of at-bats here. Trailing by 11 runs. One ball, no strikes to Dino Sweeting. Here's Woodside with the pitch. 2-0. Columbus Owls looking to close it out here in the third. Pops him up and will get out of play. Two balls and a strike now. Here's your count. Sweeting trying to keep this inning alive. Pops it up again. Fouled back and out of play. So he's got 2 strikes on him. And here's the 2-2 pitch coming in. Gets him to ground down to the shortstop. Bobbles it. That's going to be an error as Dino Sweeting gets on base here. That'll be an E6 if you're scoring at home. McKenzie couldn't feel it cleanly. That allowed Sweeting to stay alive. And now the inning does continue as Sidney Neely will come to the plate. Got the New Providence ladies facing off against Abaco coming up next. Big swing as Neely was trying to tie this game up with a swing of the bat. Well, not tie the game, but at least keep the game going. They needed 2 runs here to get under the 10-run mercy rule area. Jeffrey Woodside's laughing. One strike, and here's the pitch. Grounder, this could end the game. Get 1, and they will get 2. That's going to do it. So the ball game ends on a double play. Columbus Owls blanking Mike Cal. 11-0 ends up being your final score here. Job well done if you are the Columbus Owls. They'll take the victory. And it's back to the drawing board if you're Mike Cal. They have not been able to generate a whole lot of run support here. In actuality, they got no run support at all. 11-0 as a score. But again, like you said, these guys are all good friends. You see a lot of laughing, smiling as they exchange pleasantries at the end of the game. And I see Scrivens limping a bit. That's why they took him out, I guess. In that last inning, I was wondering why they got a pinch hitter in there. I was thinking maybe just wanted to get some at bats, but apparently he's a little banged up. We'll see how he fares the rest of the way as the tournament continues. So Mike Cal comes up empty against the Columbus Owls. 11-0 ends up being your final score. We are going to have a ladies game coming up next as New Providence ladies get ready to take on Abaco. Giving you the rest of your schedule. Following that will be a men's game between Abaco and New Providence men. Long Island will play Grand Bahama, and ladies play scheduled for an 8:50 start. And then about 10:15 tonight, the feature contest, Grand Bahamas men going up against Exuma. So lots of good softball still left to come if you were wondering about coming down to the park and if you'd be able to enjoy some good games. There's your answer. 4 more left on the docket for you this evening here on this third day of softball play. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. And welcome back to our viewers here at the Bankers Field as we are set for our ladies game. We're already underway, as a matter of fact, top half of the first inning. New Providence ladies, the Buccaneers on the field going up against the squad from Abaco. In ladies play, at the plate right now is Brandon Miller. Facing off against Tila Stevens. Almost called her Tila Johnson. I forgot she's married now. Tila Stevens on the mound here for New Providence. Doing the catching is Alia Tom Ferguson. That's Sky Aubrey over at first. Second base today, April Davis playing that for New Providence. Over at third is Sari Aubrey. In short is Kalisha Kelly. Left field, Antavia Fowler. In center is Jenna Malone. And in right field, Travia Smith. Catcher falling asleep. Runner takes off at third. Abaco in business. A runner in scoring position now. That's Yolande Joseph. Brandon Miller takes the ball down low. 3-1. One out here in the inning. And that'll be ball 4. So they're at the corners here with one gone. And up comes Tracy Aubrey. This does not look like Tracy Aubrey to me. I don't know. It looks like Vanessa Sawyer to me. But that's the way they have it written up. I'll confirm this in a minute. That's a strike. Throw over to first base. And she's safe. Tried to catch a sleeping. Down and in for a ball. Runner's going to come in and score. So they're on the board. And now they'll have a meeting at the mound here for New Providence. Welcome to softball. It is indeed back here at the Bankers Field as the softball activities have been well attended and well played over the last 3 days. Currently on the field here, a good one, we hope, between Abaco and New Providence. Game before this ended up being a blowout on the men's side of things, with the Columbus Owls taking down Mike Cal 11-0. 12th again you saw right here on channel 211 and on channel 230. Abaco now trying to build on their lead here in the top of the first. Late swing, that's a strike. 2 on her now. Shortens up the bat. And makes contact. Little slow roller back to the pitcher. Over the first base for the out. The runner does not try to advance. Wise move by Brandon Miller. Said, you know what? I think I'll just wait for a ride here. So here's Sydney Charles. And she takes strike 1. One away here in top of the first inning. Abaco already has 1 run on the board. Charles takes a big swing, can't connect, 2 strikes. Nothing in 2 the count to Charles, facing off against Dealer Stevens. Fouls it away to stay alive. Still 2 strikes. As Charles digs back in, waiting the delivery. Here it comes. And again, she stays alive, fighting it off. So Charles not going down easily. She's determined to keep this at bat alive until she gets something she can put into play. Stevens looks to finish her off. Here's the pitch. Gets her with a changeup. I had a feeling that was coming. And that is out number 3. So they get 1 run across, but after 3 outs, it's time for New Providence to come to the plate. Bottom of the first coming up in just a few short moments here. Manager Shane Aubrey not liking what he saw in that last top of the frame there. I don't think he wanted them to score a run there. And they did on a miscue. So nonetheless, Abaco takes it. Top of the first, they score first. And now as we go to the bottom of the first, leading things off for New Providence will be Antavia Fowler, followed by Travia Smith, and then Sari Aubrey batting third. Cleanup hitter will be Thela Stevens. For Abaco, let's get a look at their defensive alignment. On the mound is Tracy Aubrey. Catching balls and strikes will be Sydney Charles. At first base, Rochelle Roll. At second, Hazel Smith. And that looks like it's going to be Julie Wallace over at third. Shortstop Vanessa Sawyer. Out in the left field area is Keisha Aubrey. Patrolling center field will be Yolande Joseph. And in right field is Brandon Miller. So that's your defensive alignment here as Abaco takes the field for the first time in the bottom of the first. Tell you what, a lot of power in that New Providence lineup. I look at the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Got to be very careful if you're Abaco not to play too shallow. We saw that happen last night when they hit the ball over the head of the outfielders. Ended up with a couple of inside the park home runs. So we'll see if the Abaco scouting team was paying attention here as we get ready for the continuation of this game here in the bottom of the first. So Tracy Aubrey will be on the mound to start things off for Abaco. As New Providence comes up for their first at bat. Good night for some softball. The temperature has fallen off and
As we go to the opening second, the score is 16-1 Blue Falcons.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Bankers Field. A game we started play just before we broke for the news. Still going on here. New Providence women up against Abaco. And it is a rather lopsided affair. We're only in the bottom of the second, and you can see the score. That's not a misprint. It is 16-1 in favor of the Buccaneers. Abaco has had their troubles getting some outs here. And now they'll try to do it all over again. 16 runs scored by New Providence in the top of the first. In the bottom of the first, that is. And here we go. And that's a ball as the leadoff hitter for New Providence. And that is Aaliyah Ferguson. One ball, no strikes. That one not even close. 2-0. On the mound for Abaco now is Vanessa Sawyer, who came in relief. He started out the game with Brandon Miller. That one down and low for 3-0 now. So like we said, the game got out of control early. Bottom of the first, New Providence just started pouring it on. Skips it in there, and that's ball 4. Takes a big turn, and now trot on back. So the leadoff runner on board already, and here comes, just going to take off a second. Throw gets by the catcher and heading on over to third. They've been doing this all game long. Very aggressive on the base pads, utilizing their speed. Has been New Providence throughout the course of this contest. And that one gets by, and that's going to score a run here. Add another one to the tally, make it 17-1, New Providence. And the at-bat continues. And as we see, that was one of those situations where if you're Abaco, you just want this one to get over with. In the batter's box for the Buccaneers now is they've made some substitutions after jumping out to the big lead. Pretty much emptying the bench here already. That one down in the dirt. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Three and 2 the count on the board. As New Providence looking to add on. Up next, the New Providence men will see some action. And she drops it in the outfield. Boy, you can't give away outs like that and hustling into second base with the error. Well, they got what they wanted, which was what should have been a routine fly ball out. Instead, though, they won't collect the out, and the inning will continue. Still nobody gone here. To the left field area. This time they make the catch for the out, for out number 1. One gone. 17-1. Our score here in the bottom of the second. And I think this may be the end of the ball game, and shortly they're under 5 minutes now. That one popped up into the air. Right fielder charging in. It's going to drop in front of her for a hit. Has some trouble picking it up. They're going to send the runner home. And wow, showing some good speed there. I mean, she goes all the way around to score an inside the park home run. Like I said, this New Providence team with a lot of speed, you misplay a ball, they're going to keep going. Easy to have fun when you're winning by a whole bunch of runs. And I think it's 19-1 now after that last 2 runs. And the mercy rule will come into effect shortly. Actually, it's already in effect, but they have to go at least 3 innings for the mercy rule to be in effect. But however, I think time is going to run out here before that ever happens. There are only 4 minutes on the clock in this ball game, so the umpires can actually call a game right about here, I would imagine. And I think that might be what they're discussing right now. This may be the end of the game. Instead, no, they're just making a substitution. Shane Aubrey just bringing in everybody off the bench here. And I'm really surprised they're allowing them to continue. This deep in the ballgame, there's no chance, and they don't start an inning with under 5 minutes, so this game should be over. Hard hit. Shortstop comes up, fires over the first base, in time for the out, 2 gone. And the Abaco faithful cheering on the good play. Got to find those small victories when you're getting beat down like this. Take them as they come. Cherish the good times, as they say. 19-1 score. Not a whole lot to cheer about, so you got to find those little things. That one struck deep. It's going to fall in. Is that a fair ball? Yes, it is. Runner around second, headed to third. They're going to wave her all the way around. She's just going to. No, they call it a foul ball. Well, I thought it was. That's a late call for a foul ball, though. She was already around second base before you make that call there. That's. So now you got to catch your breath and get right back into the swing. Fouls it straight back. And with just 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, this one, if I was Abaco, I'd just call timeout and let the clock run off. I don't understand. I would have just called game at this point. Just call game. 19-1. Use your discretion, umpire, and just say game. No need to let this continue at this point. But they do. And I think that's game. They're gonna call the game. So they waited for the last second to tick off the clock, and that's your ball game. 19-1 ends up being your final. New Providence takes the victory here over Abaco. And the New Providence women continue their undefeated ways so far in these Bahamas games. And the way they look right now, they may be tough for anybody to beat. Grand Bahama looks okay, so we'll see. Maybe they might present a challenge, but right now it has been all about the New Providence Buccaneers ladies, coached by Shane Aubrey. There's the coaching staff at the back of the lines. There's some of the fans in the stands there. As has been typical throughout this softball competition, the crowd has been out in full support since day one. Players, fans, all coming out to watch the games. Don't forget, coming up next, we got New Providence men versus Abaco. That game coming up shortly. Track and field getting started today over at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. All right, so 19-1 ends up being our final score. New Providence women taking advantage against Abaco, 19-1 there. That ends up being the final score. We'll take a moment. We'll come right back. So much more softball to come. Men's action just ahead. All right, cool. Top of the first inning, leadoff batter just walked, so ain't nothing happening. The game just stopped. And as you just joined us here, we just saw runs come in for New Providence. Lamar Watkins on base for the walk, and then promptly brought home on a hit and run from Myron Johnson with a base hit. And it's 1-0 New Providence as the early goings, top of the first. Buccaneers facing off against Abaco Survivors. And here is Angelo Dillett, today's pitcher, facing off against Cooper. Leon Cooper on the mound for Abaco. Good evening and welcome as we continue our coverage of softball here at the, and I think they're going to say hit by pitch here, the dead ball situation. And that's it. As Dillett makes his way down to first base. And that'll bring up Anston Hanner, shortstop for this New Providence squad. Runners will be at the corners, first and third. Nobody out, top of the first inning. And Hanna comes up swinging at the first pitch for strike one. Now, one time ago, Angelo Dillett used to be a steal threat. He's in his 40s now. I don't think he's thinking about stealing bases. Down low, ball one. Cooper, I think, wanted that pitch. Does not get the call. Crowd starting to really fill up the arena here over the, and I think there it is. Both. I knew Andrew Burrows wasn't going to take too much of that. He's gonna warn the coaches right about now. We ain't going to do too much chattering. I'm calling balls and strikes. I don't want to hear too much from the dugouts here. There it is. So I can almost read the lips here. I've called many a game with Andrew Burrows. I'm sure I can almost repeat verbatim what he's saying here. Homeboy, I telling you what I saw. So I think they're arguing that last hit by pitch there. They're saying that Dillett put himself in position to be hit. And the umpire, Andrew Burrows, is saying that's not what I saw. So what we going to do? We going to keep arguing about this, or we going to play ball? So it looks as if they made the decision to keep playing ball. And so we get back to live action here. And here is Anston Hanna. Drives it to the left side, to the right side, through for a base hit. That's going to score at least one run. And Dillett's going to hold up at third. Hanna on second now, advancing on the throw. Still nobody gone. Here's Steven Russell coming to the plate now. Runners on second and third. It's a two-run game. 2-0 the score in favor of New Providence here in the top of the first inning. And Russell fouls it away and out of play. New Providence up 2-0 here in the top of the first. Just underway with this one between New Providence and Abaco. One of three games left on the schedule here tonight. Gets a hold of one to the right side. Right fielder's going to make the play. Runners will advance. Scoring run number 3 for New Providence. And now one gone. That's a productive out there. RBI sacrifice fly. for Steven Russell. And here's Aaron Wood coming up to the plate. Three 0 top of the first inning. New Providence looking to add on. Cooper on the mound for Abaco. Aaron Wood at the plate. Takes the ball down in the dirt. 2-0 with the call right now. Now 3-0. So Aaron Wood will no doubt be taking. And he takes strike one. Well, he wanted to swing so badly at that, but had the stop sign from the third base coach. He was taking all the way 3-0. Let's see if Cooper tries that pitch again, though. He does not. So I thought that was ball one instead of I thought that was ball four. Instead 3-1. So 3 balls, 1 strike. Cooper. And fouling away is Wood. Interesting motion here for Cooper. Leon Cooper kind of does a little double hop as he lets the pitch go. Here it is, look. So he does a little double hop there. He actually lands and then jumps again before he throws the pitch. But he gets a walk up. And here's Levon Ferguson. The 7th batter and off to the races now, taking the second base is Wood. Here's a good look at Aaron Wood. And Ferguson fouls this one and lands right on top of our dugout there, as you can hear. Yeah, that sounded pretty loud. Some of our lady scorekeepers in here almost came out of their seats. There's a good look at Leon Cooper. Here's the pitch. Down to the third base and off his body. That's going to score one more run, make it 4, and then on his way to second is Ferguson. So misplayed on the hard ground ball. Third baseman tried to feel it to the side, and that's going to end up being an error. 4-0 now, New Providence. So Abaco has got to try to find a way to settle down to avoid the same thing happening to them that happened to the ladies against this New Providence team. The game we saw just before this one. This is Miguel Hanna now batting for New Providence. Ferguson right there on second as Cooper lets fly the pitch. Trying to throw that change up. Does not get the call. 2-0 here. Hard hit. And foul. Two balls and a strike to Miguel Hanna. Here's Cooper. And Hanna fouls it away again. So Miguel Hanner at the plate. He's got 2 strikes on him now. Abaco still looking for that first out. There's the pitch. And he does not get the call. So add another ball to the tally. Pitch from Cooper. Fouls it away. So a good at-bat here for Miguel Hanner. And here's the pitch. Did he go? Yes, he did. So he gets the strikeout. And Hanner will become the first out here for New Providence. Second out. So 2 gone now for New Providence. They're still up 4-0 here in the top of the first. And this is the 9th batter to face him here as Anthony Moss now at the plate. 2 outs for New Providence. And the umpire calls a strike on that one. 1-1. Cooper lets it go. Misses away. 2-1 here. Here's the delivery. Big swing. Can't come up with anything. 2 strikes on him. Two strikes to the 9th hitter, Anthony Moss. Runner at second base is Ferguson. And he fouls it away. So Cooper looking to get out of this top half of the inning. He's got 2 strikes on Moss. And he gets him, strike 3. Moss didn't like the call, but the umpire says that's strike 3. And finally, the top of the first inning comes to a close. Byron was sitting on that. No. Bottom of the first coming up. New Providence striking for 4 runs in the top half. And we'll see if Abaco can do something when they come to the plate for the first time offensively. They'll lead off with Demetrius Rowe, followed by the pitcher Leon Cooper, and then Mark Douglas in the 3rd spot. Batting cleanup today will be Denzel Pender. Looking at the defense now for New Providence as they come out onto the field. That's Angelo Dillard right there. He's going to be on the mound. Catching for him will be Anthony Moss, who we just saw strike out. First baseman Miguel Hanner. Over at second is Stephen Russell. Playing third today, Aaron Wood. Shortstop will be Anston Hanner. Over in left field, Myron Johnson. In center, Lamar Watkins. And in right field, Levon Ferguson. Pretty good defensive setup there for the Buccaneers, as they look to see if they can contain the Abaco bats here in the bottom half of the first. Angelo Dillard making an appearance on the mound. This is the first time I think we've had New Providence men on during the course of our broadcast. Ironically, all the top pitchers have found their way onto other island squads. And just a little bit of clarity on a controversy we had earlier today. with the Long Island team. We saw that a game, the Long Island women. There was a protest filed against Long Island for an illegal player. Now, I found out earlier today that the player was deemed illegal because she actually played for another island in another sport. So you can't do that. She was on the roster for Long Island. Yes, she had a credential, but she played another sport for another team. And while it does allow you to play for other islands, you can't play for two in the same games. That just doesn't make sense. So I think Long Island's going to lose that appeal. Now, there is some controversy in the men's division as well with Edney the Heat Bethel. Now, the New Providence athletes can move around, New Providence and Grand Bahama, because they have more people. So you want to fill out those Family Island teams. Now, so what happened was Edney, Eleuthera, put him on their roster. He's from Eleuthera. So Exuma now says, well, we had him on our roster, but Eleuthera has first dibs because he's from the island. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out as well. So a little behind-the-scenes stuff going on here in softball. So now here comes Abaco to the dish for their first at-bat. Leading off will be Demetrius Roll, the center fielder for Abaco. Play ball, says Burrows. First pitch in there for strike one. No, ball one. Must have been inside. 1-0. Demetrius Roll at the plate, trying to become the first base runner now for this Abaco team here in the bottom of the first inning. And he fouls it away, 1-1. That one sends the Abaco dugout scrambling, went right into the entrance there. Just checking to see if they're awake, I guess. 1-1 the count to Demetrius Roll. And here's the 1-1 pitch. Off the glove of Angelo Dillett for a base hit. Watkins brings it in. But Abaco in business now with the leadoff man on board. Dillett's normally a pretty good fielder up the middle there as a pitcher. Used to be a shortstop and a catcher. So he does feel the position well. So that ball must have got on him in a hurry. And here is Leon Cooper. Would love to help his own cause here. He takes a big swing at the first pitch to come up empty for strike one. So Cooper now trying to see if he can keep the joy going for Abaco. Change up. Dies before the plate and Cooper holds up. Count 1-1. 1-1 pitch. And that's through for a base hit. Cooper. And the runner's going to head on down to third. Throw's going to be into second to keep the runner at first. With Abaco in business now, runners on the corners and nobody out. That brings up Mark Douglas now. There's a good look at Angelo Dillett. Now ready for the pitch here against Douglas. Down low for a ball. Cooper will be looking for an opportunity to steal second here. They're going to try to get rid of that double play situation with a slow runner at the plate. Douglas, a good double play candidate. Now asks for time. And a pause in play now as the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, the Honorable Brave Davis, making an appearance here at the ballpark. And I understand the Deputy Prime Minister here as well. Hi, Chester Cooper. So both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister making an appearance here at softball. Good to have them here at the ballpark. Fans certainly appreciate it. I was wondering, I saw all the flashing lights. I was trying to figure out what was going on. So while we wait for them to get settled in, we do have that stoppage of play, and then we'll get ready to resume live action. So we'll wait now for the action to resume here in the bottom of the first inning. So I think they just announced an extra softball game to play tonight. Just what we wanted. if I sound a little insincere, yeah. So I think the game that was not played earlier, that was under protest between Long Island and Exuma, has just. I think they'll actually play that game after all tonight as well. We were scheduled to have a game with New Providence. Sorry, with Grand Bahama and Eleuthera tonight. Well, they never played that game. It was actually under protest. They never played it. So they actually stopped that game before we even started because of the protests. And now I guess they're going to try and play it tonight. Long Island is 2-0. Exuma also undefeated, so that's a pivotal game. And that'll be on later on tonight. I think it'll be much later tonight, obviously. That'll be the final game of the evening is what I'm being told. That's a men's game. So meanwhile, we're back to action here in this game between New Providence and Abaco. And a foul ball is going to send the runner back to first base. He was taking off on the pitch there, looking to steal second. Cooper's going to he's hoping nobody sends him back, but he's going to have to go back. Well, he's going to stay right there. Maybe he didn't follow the way. I thought he did. I guess they're just going to say the catcher just dropped it. Looked like he might have made some contact. That's right through the glove of the shortstop. And Cooper was moving on the contact. He's got some good wheels, and now 2 runs will score. Hard hit ball. Shortstop tried to jump up and grab it, went off the tip of the glove, and trickled into the outfield. Cooper, who runs well, was able to score from second. 4-2 now, Abaco right back in this thing. So Dillard in some trouble. By the way, still nobody out here in the bottom of the first. And now the runner will scamper on down to second on the wild pitch from Dillard. That's Mark Douglas. Denzel Pinder, the current batter. Bats cleanup for this Abaco squad. 1-0. Swings and misses. Strike one. count runs 1-1 here. With Douglas over at second. Still nobody out. It's a 4-2 game. That one's popped up to the left fielder, comes over to make the catch to record the first out. There's a good look at the Prime Minister in our VIP section. Newly built here at the stadium. The Honorable Brave Davis, a big sports fan. Coming to see some of the softball on display. So with one away, runner stays at second. And here is Lazaro Cornish. Ball one. One away, and here's Cornish waiting for the pitch. Up high, 2-0. Douglas over there at second. Zavaco looks to try and get some of those runs back. They've got two already with a runner in scoring position and only one away here in the bottom of the first. And Dillett still missing high. 3 balls, no strikes. Lazaro Cornish, the shortstop. And they're going to have a word with the pitcher here. Seems to have lost the release point. Having some difficulties finding the strike zone. Perry Seymour, the manager, coming out to have a word. Well, Perry's been around softball a long time. As a player and as a coach. The Truckers now currently managing the Corner Boys. Just won a championship with him in the Masters League, and now here coaching New Providence in the Bahamas games. Finally in there for a strike, 3-1. So whatever he told Dillett worked, as he finally finds the strike zone there against Cornish. 3-1. Here's the pitch. That's going to miss high again, ball 4. So they are on first and second, one away. And here comes the left fielder, Kevin Hicks, to bat. And he'll take strike one, I think. Can't quite get the angle here, but it looked like a strike from where we're sitting. Swings over the top. Runners will advance as the ball gets by the catcher. So they're at second and third now with one away. You got to figure contact. Anything put in play should score at least a runner from third. So if you're Hicks here, that's your job. You want to make contact. You want to put the ball in play. You got to score that run. Here comes the pitch. Fouls it away to stay alive. A little tardy on it, but he did get a piece of it. Dillett shaking off a lot of pitches there. I didn't know he had that many in his repertoire. Maybe talking location at this point. And here comes the delivery. Tried to go with the changeup and misses high. Angelo Dillett trying to pitch his way out of a jam here in the bottom of the first inning. That one's hit to the outfield. Left fielder in to make the play. And again, a productive out as the run comes in on a sacrifice fly. And if you're Hicks, that's a good at bat. That's what you call a productive out. You don't get the base hit, but you do score. You do get the RBI for bringing the run in. 4-3 now. And here's Theophilus Wallace. And Wallace takes ball one away. Runner at second with 2 gone. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Inside, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes to Wallace. And he takes a big swing and way late on the fastball there, 2-1. Tardy on the swing. Two balls, one strike to Wallace. And he fouls that one away. Or did he? Not sure what happened. They called the batter out. So while we figure out that's 3 gone, I don't know how, but I'll take 3. That's a strikeout apparently. Okay, I thought he only had 2 strikes on him, but that's strike 3. He's gone. And so we've ended the first inning. New Providence scores 4 in the top of the first. Apico responds with 3 in the bottom. Second inning is coming up. We'll have it for you on the other side. And we are back here to live action. And I got some clarity for you. Actually scores 5-3, New Providence. And Lamar Watkins batting for his second time up. Watkins trying to shake it off. Got hit on the thigh there on a pitch from Cooper. Saw Cooper come over and say, hey, my bad, I didn't mean to hit you. And obviously that's not the case. So Watkins is on board in his second at bat. He reached on the first time on a walk as well. Although a little less easy. It took 4 pitches. This time a little hit by pitch will get you there the same way. And that's strike 1 to Myron Johnson. So I understand the game that. Meanwhile, wait for this pitch as Watkins takes off for second. And the throw gets past him. Watkins with good speed. Hustles on down to third. So, as I said earlier, we mentioned that there was a game added to the schedule. What they've done, as I understand, the men's game that was supposed to be the feature night would have been Grand Bahama versus Long Island. Or is it Eleuthera? Anyway, I'm not sure. But what they've done, they've taken that game out. And again, this is word I'm receiving here. They've taken that game out and replaced it with the controversial game that took place on the first night between Long Island and Exuma. So they need to get that game in, and they'll play that tonight as the feature. Now, I'm not sure if they'll leave the originally intended game between Grand Bahama and Eleuthera on the schedule, or whether or not they'll make the change. So we'll find out later on, but we do know for sure. Weighted back on the changeup and drifting in to make the catch. Lamar Watkins will score on the RBI sacrifice fly to make it 6-3. So Myron Johnson gets the run in. And with one down, I should say, here comes Angelo Dillett. Dillett bats from the right, from the left side. Pitches right-handed, but bats lefty. And that one's ball 2. 2-0 pitch coming in. Missing inside, 3-0. Well, late call strike there. He saw the umpire make the late signal. So 2-1. And now 3-1. There's a good look at Dillett. Soft little roller down to second. Bubbles it, and he's going to be safe. So should have been an out, but second baseman bobbled the ball trying to pick it up. So instead of Exuma and Grand Bahama as the feature tonight, just got the official word. Chance for a double play. They'll only end up getting 1. 2 gone now. So Angelo Dillett, the pitcher, will go inside the dugout and get some rest now, at least for one more batter. After being forced out at second. 2 away now. Slow dribble. Oh, and it comes off the glove of the third baseman. That's going to score a run, I would believe, here. And it does. Anston Hanna takes advantage of the error. Shortstop was right there. I don't know why the third baseman tried to cut that off. But he does, and it costs his team a run. 7-3. So back to clarity on that situation. They took out the Exuma versus Grand Bahama and replaced it with Long Island versus Exuma as the final game of the night. And a big swing and a miss for strike 1. He tried to check his swing. Couldn't hold up. Leon Cooper trying to contain the damage here. Some defensive miscues has cost his team here in this top of the second inning. And that one slipped it to the outfield. Center fielder coming in and making the catch. Demetrius Roll made it look adventurous, but he's able to corral it. And that's the third out. But New Providence does add a run or two. Bottom of the second coming up. Score 7-3. And back onto the outfield. Hey, hi, guys. That's my hand there. Been sequestered up here all day long. Bringing you softball action here in these Bahamas games. Pandora Greenslade, the scorekeeper, right there in that pink. That's what you're seeing. Top of the dugout there. That's Rosina Taylor. You can just see their head poking up. Our scorekeepers who have been here throughout the course of this softball tournament, here in these Bahamas games, the softball segment, putting in that work. This is also where the umpires come after the games to change and rest between the games. As we get ready now for the bottom of the second, New Providence versus Abaco. There is Angelo Dillett ready to start play. And at the plate now for Abaco is Shanwadre Mills. I don't think I've ever heard that name before. So Mills has a strike to him, 1-1. Fouls that one away. Now the count 1-2 here. Mills, the catcher for the Abaco team. And there's another Mills on deck. That's Vatavrio Mills, who's on deck. I don't know if they're related. I won't make that assumption. And he swings at a high fastball for the strikeout. Somebody said you need a ladder to hit that one. And apparently it looked good to him. He swung at it. And he's out number one. And here is the other Mills in the lineup. Vatavrio. Ball one. And I think maybe Dillon wanted to see if he'd chase another one. If maybe he, like the other Mills, would go after the high pitch. That one was high and away, though, 1-0. A ball and no strikes with one gone here in the bottom of the second. 2-0 now. Two and 0 to count to Vatavrio Mills. Missing again on the outside. Now 3-0. Three balls, no strikes. And he's swinging 3-0. And that's strike one as he fouls it away. And he'll take strike two now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The count runs full. Three-two pitch coming in from Dillett. And that's going to be a base hit under the outstretched glove of the third baseman. He's going to head on down to second. The throw coming in is offline. Now he's going to try for third here. And he's going to be safe at third. And the ball went into the dugout. He's going to end up scoring a run. I think. Let's just wait for the official word. Now, it should only be one base here. I think he should have to go back to third base. And, well, they're going to let him score. Okay. So the run does score on the pass ball situation. And now it's 7-4 in favor of New Providence. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Well, hello. All the way in Los Angeles, got to say hi to my good mother-in-law. Checking in. Angelo Dillard with the pitch now, and that's going to be foul back for strike one. Back at the plate for a second time at it is Demetrius Roll. Abaco trying to claw their way back into this game. We're still in the bottom of the second, however. A lot of softball left to play here this evening. Fans are coming in. Even the Prime Minister of the Bahamas in attendance, so it tells you this certainly is the place to be. Pitch coming in from Dillard. Put into play. Slow roller up shortstop. It's going to be tough over to first base. Do they get him? No. First baseman drops it. That's going to be an error on the first baseman there. E3. And the inning continues here as Abaco refusing to go quietly here in the bottom of the second. So the inning does continue here in the bottom second inning. 7-4, and here comes Cooper. Back up for a second try at it. Got hit by a pitch his last time up. Hard hit. And a good play by the second baseman to get him. Oh, he drops it. Boy, they had a chance for the double play. And I think he might have injured himself trying to dive back in. What a play, though, by the first baseman. Boy, I think he's really in a lot of pain over there at first base. He dove back in there, and he hit the first baseman right on the thigh, on the leg. And the way he's moving right now, I think he may have dislocated that shoulder. That's not moving that arm. He is not moving that arm. So I would say his, at the very least, might have dislocated that shoulder. That arm is not moving at all. Good indication of a dislocation there. And here comes the medical staff out to have a look. Good diving stop by the first baseman. The runner was moving and tried to get back to beat the throw. It would have been a double play if he'd held on to it. And there's a doctor in attendance. There he is. They're going to make sure to see where that shoulder, what's happening with that shoulder. Again, he's not able to move it, so it's one of two things. Either it's broken or dislocated. My guess, I hope, again, I'll take the dislocation over a broken collarbone any day of the week. And you hear the screams of pain as they try to move it, which says to me it's dislocated. And they're going to try to put it back in place. Here's the paramedic, George, and the physician on hand. So they're going to try to put that thing back in place now. One thing we know is it's not going to feel good. Turn away from your televisions if you're faint of heart. Boy, not a good turn of events here for Abaco. And they're trying to, it does look like a dislocation. It looks like a dislocation rather than a break because they're trying to maneuver it and back into position there. I don't think they'd be doing all of that if it was a broken bone. Either way, his night is done. Very unlikely that he'll be able to continue play here in this ball game. Boy, that took the life out of the stadium for sure. Well, it was a bang play, and the way it happened. And I wish we had a replay to take a look at it, but the first baseman made a great dive and catch. Miguel Hanna able to reach out and grab the line drive, and they had an opportunity to double him up. Actually, that was the second baseman, Stephen Russell, who made the dive and catch. And then they had an opportunity to make the double play there. And diving back in to avoid that to the bag, and he ends up running right into the first baseman, right on that shoulder. I've never had a dislocated anything, but that probably doesn't feel good. And knock on wood, I don't need to experience that at this age. They're still attending to him. And obviously the action has come to a halt here while they make sure that he's okay. Softball becomes secondary. Paramedic George. They're going to try and strap that shoulder, I guess. They're going to wrap it there. There it is. They're going to wrap that shoulder, try to hold it in place so it doesn't come back out. Sure, not the night he had intended when this game started. And there's the counselor for team official, I should say, for assistant team official for Abaco. That's Troy Feast with the hat on there. A lot of people got on hats, but with the Panama hat on, now on the phone, perhaps calling whoever the relevant people to maybe check to make sure he's going to be set up to be looked at. And a round of applause here for the fans. He's on his feet. So that's good at least. You're good to see him walk off the field under his own power. So they'll have to bring in a replacement player. Now the officials over to discuss what should happen next. The game will continue. And they're going to bring in a pinch runner to replace the injured player. So Leon Cooper would jog on back over to third, which is where, well, I don't know where he was at this point. There were a lot of things going on. They're going to give Dillard a few more tosses to get back into it after that long break. Good evening to my friend Tommy Stubbs, watching on television. Good to have you, my friend. So we're already set to resume play here now after a bit of a break for the injury. Players going back to their respective positions, and now we're ready to go. Two-0 count. And I'll try to find out who the player that just came into the ball game is for Abaco. They got the substitutions here, but they don't have the names. So I don't know who they down to first base, and they get the out there. Well, they'll say just foul. Late foul call. They'll reset and do it again. You can see the big first baseman there for New Providence, Miguel Hanna. That's a big body to run into with the shoulder. That's probably what caused the injury there. meeting the immovable object. There's Miguel. Pitch from Dillett. Outside for a ball. 7-4 ball game here in the bottom of the second. We've had some drama. But play does continue here. The one bouncer back to the pitcher. Dillett will toss it on over the first base. And that'll be out number 3. So they go without scoring a run as Mark Douglas bounces back to the pitcher. Abaco will now try to take back to the field. Bottom of the second inning is coming up. And Abaco will have to try and see if they can get their spirits back up following the injury to one of their players here. New Providence holding on to a 7-4 lead here as we move to the bottom half of the second. Leon Cooper back on the mound. Good night for softball here. The sun has set. The lights are on. Crowd is filling the arena. And we're set up for what we anticipate to be a great third night of softball play. And at the plate now for New Providence, Levon Ferguson takes ball 1. A little change up in there for a strike. I don't know how that would fool anybody. He tips it the entire way. He slows his whole body down to let that change up go. 1-1. And now 2-1. There's number 16, Levon Ferguson. A little blooper and an easy out. We are at the bottom of the second. Actually, this is the top of the third. You guys are right. My production staff asking me. It is the top of the third now. New Providence is batting. Yes. Top of the third. Trying to build on a 7-4 lead. And there is the big first baseman we were talking about earlier, Miguel Hanna. 1 gone. And that's another ball. And good evening to my cohort and compatriot. That's ball 4 to Miguel Hanna. Good evening to my good buddy Ricardo Lightman making an appearance here at the ballpark. Ricardo's been busy, as have we all, over the last few days. So with Miguel Hanna down to first base with the walk, that's going to bring up Anthony Moss. And I think we may have a pinch runner. Well, no, they're going to leave him in, but I think they're going to bring a pinch hitter in for New Providence. Anthony Moss, who was catching, looks like he may be out of the ball game here, and they're going to bring in a pinch hitter. Here's Leon Cooper.
Yep.
And joining me now here in the broadcast booth is Ricardo Lightman. Ricardo, we've seen some good softball here over the last couple. That one's driven to the third baseman. One bounce and it goes right through the glove. That's the second time he's had a ball come right at him and had it go off the glove there. And then I wonder what he says when he goes back to the dugout. My bad. My bad, yeah. That's your traditional response.
Yeah,
my bad.
My bad. What else you going to say? My bad. I missed the ball.
Still 7-4 our ball game here. New Providence. One bouncer over to the first baseman. And he's going to be able to turn the out.
Get the force on that one. Softball a lot faster.
Yeah, 30, 60 feet.
Right, and the fan base is absolutely incredible. We just came out of track and field. Man, I had the park almost near the baseball stadium to come up here.
Yeah, I went out yesterday afternoon. When I came back, like you, I was like, well, there's no place to park. Earlier in the day, it was fine because people were at work. But once 5 o'clock came by and you came out here, you had to park, like you said, way up the street and make the trek because people are out here in droves.
Absolutely, gotta be a carpooling law somewhere.
Yeah, everybody want to drive themselves to the ballpark.
There you go. There you go. Because you don't want
50 people in the 50 people at the park, 50 cars in the parking lot.
That's it. And then too, if you get a ride by, listen, wipe your foot.
Yeah, because it's pretty dusty out here. That's for sure.
I tell you, but so far so good. I've been monitoring softball all day, man. It's been pretty good softball games for you here.
It has been indeed, and pass ball, but you're not going to worry about the big first baseman trying to steal home on that one.
Softball has island implications all over it.
Yeah.
Because as the Bahamas Softball Federation has taken softball to the islands, people love it. And so that way,
hard hit to the left side. That's going to get by the left fielder. They're going to run all day on that one, all the way back to the fence. One run has already scored. Waving him in. Second runner. Well, did he just get an inside the park home run?
Yep.
And that's what you talk about, getting around the base paths in a hurry. Wow. Showing the wheels there.
And Leon threw that changeup just now. And it's like when your eyes get big.
Yeah, his
eyes got big.
He was like, woo.
He just laced it down the line.
Is this for me?
That fielder couldn't do anything. I used to be like, wow, this came out here in a hurry. Okay. So that off speed that he threw gave him to get simply, do right in over there. And so Leon having some issues, struggling. He's teaching in Abaco over there.
Yeah, because he's a Grand Bahama boy, right?
Yeah, he comes from
I was surprised when I saw him.
A line of baseball players and softball players, the Coopers. They're in Grand Bahama, all there locked to the television. See whatever. He's also a basketball player because he also had a chance to go to China.
Yes, yeah.
And to venture over there as well.
Ball
His
gets
actual
by.
talent base is baseball, softball. But everybody wants to be like Mike.
Yeah, for sure.
Everyone wants to be like Mike. When you're taking that softball run, baseball run, he'd have been right there. He's a very good baseball player. Good pitcher as well. Can play all positions.
Yeah, I've seen him pitch baseball very well. He is pretty solid in that direction. Talented athlete.
Absolutely.
Late on the swing, fouls it away. Pinch hitter in now for New Providence. They give me the rosters, but they never have the numbers for the subs. So I got the names, but it's a guessing game. Kind of roll the dice and say, okay, I think this is this guy.
No, got to put those substitutes, even if you put it on the back of the lineup sheet, so you have them.
You're going to have a base on balls here.
Remember now, the game has changed. No longer do you call names. You call numbers.
Yeah, that's right. You call the numbers.
Yeah, you call numbers. So you don't want to put an umpire in a position where he can't pronounce Penniman. And so those funny names, and so you don't want that to happen. It makes it easier. So when you do get to international competitions, you understand that it's numbers. So all the numbers must match the player. And if you don't have that number and the player is ineligible, he's then illegal. And you'll have that situation you had this morning.
Yes, with Long Island.
With Long Island.
Yeah.
Okay,
Speaking of which, they just bring me a lineup. So, they are due to play next.
So they got to make sure I have it right. Leon fighting here.
Long throw to second, and he's going to be in there. Oh, he came off the bag. The umpire right on top of it makes the play, and that's going to be an out. Out number 3, called off the base pad, and too fast for his own good. You got to slide in that situation. Overran the bag. The player kept the tag on him, and that's going to be out number 3 here, and the score remains 10-4 now in favor of New Providence.
Wow, what a game you've had here. These guys are simply doing their thing. And what also makes it fun is that you've also got a crowd support.
Yes.
And I think that's also helped out very well. And we've seen that through all the venues in terms of the games. The crowd support has been phenomenal.
Yeah, and that's, you know, in particular here in softball, electric atmosphere. Every night we've had a full house. Since this softball segment has started, you can see it right there on your television screens. All the stands have people in it.
Filled, jam-packed. And then, too, it's also great to see so many of the legends of the game come out.
Yeah.
And to, come out and have some opportunity. And also, too, it's been very humid and hot, so folks are looking for somewhere to get out. Summertime. So they want to get out, get the kids, and so in the back here on the first base side, the kids have that for themselves.
Yeah, that's
down the third base line.
That's the kiddie corner.
They're down there in the corner. I'm like, hold on, man. These guys are having a ball. All having a ball.
Well, they got to put it there as a bouncing castle now. This place is good to go.
Well, you all have a 3 a.m. call out here. Sleep all day, and then they'll all come out and go from there.
Bottom of the third inning now. Abaco with some work to do, trailing 10-4. Angelo Dillett has a bit of a cushion to work with.
I hope this springboard softball in the country.
Yeah, I was saying just this yesterday. I think you and I were having this discussion, and that one's hit hard up the middle for a base hit, right by the outstretched glove of Dillett, who tried to knock it down, but just got on him too quickly. And that is Denzel Pinder, the big first baseman for Abaco, on board now to lead things off. But you and I were talking about this yesterday. We were saying that hopefully at the end of this, people got a taste of fast pitch softball again, and maybe it'll reignite those leagues in the Family Islands in particular.
Definitely, so we can get something going, so that the Bahamas Softball Federation can now go back and encapsulate its round-robin tournament, which is ideal.
Strike one on the swing, so Lazaro Cornish now finds himself with a strike to his tally. Bouncer down to the shortstop. And a good spinning turn by the shortstop right there to get the force out at second. Acrobatic play for Austin Hanna.
That's a good play. Going in the hole, get it, and then just come down and then throwing it as well as going towards the third base side. That's a good throw.
And it helped that Denzel Pins is not the fleetest of foot either. He's not the fastest guy. So he had time to still make that play, but a great play nonetheless, not to take anything away from it.
Yep. He's gonna be looking for that clip. He's gonna go.
He's
going to YouTube to get that.
That'll be uploaded by the end of the night. Send it to Sports Center. Top 10 highlights. A little squibble down to the second. They'll get one. They'll try for two, and they do give him the out. Boy, this might have been one of those you want to challenge, but I don't think they have challenges in softball.
No, there's no challenge there.
Double play given by the umpire, and that's 3 gone.
You need about 7 more cameras. and then you need somebody in New York or somewhere to go and get a headset and tell them look at it, then tell you where
the
the
umpire's laughing about it. They see.
They know. Yeah, they know. He got to go to the eye clinic in the morning. Got to do the eye clinic. First thing tomorrow morning, man. You missed the play.
Yes, sir. We have come to the end of the third inning. Top of the fourth is just around the corner. Let's take a quick moment. We shall return. Softball is alive once again.
As we go to the top of the third, the score is 10-4 Republicans.
We are now ready for the top of the fourth inning. That's your score right there on the board. 9-4 in favor of New Providence. As they look to add on here in the top of the fourth inning. Back to the plate, and that one's driven out to the outfield deep, and see you later. I was wondering when somebody was going to get a hold of that changeup. He tips it, and now he's going to watch it go a long way.
Well, his eye got big.
He saw that thing coming in. And Austin Hanna, who just made that nice play in shortstop, now leaves the yard with a home run.
There you go. Go download it, buddy. Go download it.
10-4. Yeah, you know, this exactly. He wants a copy of this game. If he doesn't get, he said, listen, I made a spinning play at short. I hit a home run. I'm going to show this to my grandkids at some point.
That's it. And just like that, Leon is now trying to figure out what next.
Yeah, and he's been kind of, hey, see it here all day. And I was wondering when somebody was going to say, thank you very much.
They say you live by the sword. Okay, that went out the park.
Yes, sir.
That sword ain't coming back.
Go get it.
Go get that one. And that one got ripped out of here.
Austin Hanna going deep, and here's Steven Russell digging into the batter's box to face off against Cooper. Cooper missing with a ball.
That's it.
Almost like he guides it in there, too. He kind of tries to aim it in there, and now 2-0. Especially now after giving up that home run, I guess.
Yep. That's a spirit breaker. 3 balls he's thrown.
Well, he calls it a late strike, so 2-1.
Oh, you got one, eh?
Yeah. Very deliberate strike call by Andrew Burrows. 2-1. Fouls it away. Count runs even. 2-2.
That one goes all the way back. Leon Cooper Jr.
2-2 delivery. That could be trouble. To the right side, just foul.
Just foul. I'm still putting my foot on Martin Burrow's head. By the condition of the playing surface out here at the park.
Yeah,
we were here 3 weeks ago.
And that's why we're seeing a lot of errors, in particular on infield, because the sand is so deep, and they didn't get a chance to put the clay down, and so we're seeing in left field, players getting bogged down in that
quagmire.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Quagmire.
And again, as we talked about, being unable to pick the ball up in that thick infield. Getting on first base.
And the dust flying.
Stephen Russell.
But nobody leaving. They're staying right there.
Oh, yes, indeed. They'll enjoy it. Aaron Wood will be next. Russell shaking his head. And they're going to there's a pinch hitter coming in. This is Roll coming up. The pinch hit.
A 10-4 advantage. You would want to,
get some guys in my bats.
Yeah.
Get a little feel for it. Ball one away. Yeah, you got to feel pretty good about your ability to win this game at this stage. That's a late strike, 1-1.
That's a strike.
Just about 8 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. And again, he throws that little off-speed pitch. But I noticed he didn't throw it for a strike this time.
Don't throw it in there like that. He's already got one ball over there in the soccer field. You throw it out over there, and there'll be a couple of them in there.
Yeah, for real. And Rich reminds me, there was today in the game with Grand Bahama, there was a guy, what's his name? Hit two onto the soccer field. I'll tell you.
Oh, wow. Now that's
two onto the soccer field today.
That's what called traveling.
Yes, sir.
Traveling.
I was like, oh, my goodness.
There you go.
Kenner's looking, strike three. He shakes his head.
Got him. That's what you call umpire's discretion.
Yes, sir. Indeed it was.
Yep.
So it was Quentin Cooper that hit the balls out.
Okay.
Yeah, Quentin hit two onto the soccer field.
Holy cow. I saw him last night. Haven't seen him for a little while, but boy, yeah, he has bat speed.
Nothing doing here for says the umpire. Another ball, 2-0. 2 outs though. And Levon Ferguson at the plate for New Providence.
Leon, don't throw the changeup.
Whatever you do,
don't throw the changeup.
And that'll be ball 4, jogging on down. And now they're going to, catcher was taking his time getting there, and they're going to get an extra base out of it.
Heads up play there, and heads up running by the base runner, Perry Seymour over there, giving out instructions.
Perry said, what took you so long to get here, son?
I am now, but in the day, I'd have been here a long time. Yeah, right.
Well, Perry was famous if he didn't hit the ball past the outfield, he even didn't run.
There you go. That's my point. Yeah, right.
He just turned to walk to the dugout, man, out.
Yeah, he's not going to exert no energy.
Second and third now with 2 gone.
Got to get out of a hole, Leon. Throw a strike, buddy. That one's offside as well.